Javier Madali is still first, 9:41 a.m. New York, and the cushion widened again.
MMM just caught fire for Javier Madali, and the room should be roaring!
Gasping NVDA and Lin are still ripping. Javier Madali keeps pressing higher.
Groaning, Chidambara Raja is leaking again. TQQ just made the hole deeper.
Abhijit Kaktikar just took a big loss at 9:36 a.m. New York.
Sano Solius still stuck in the basement. That scoreboard bleed is ugly.
Javier Madali keeps the throne, and the cushion just widened again.
Javier Madali is printing everywhere. MVDA, MMM, Lin, and Sesco.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is leaking again, and TQQ just dragged him lower.
Abhijit Kaktikar just got clipped hard on NFLX and the red is fresh.
Sunil Sulia's still at the basement level. That drawdown keeps deepening. Javier Madali is still king, 9:45 a.m. New York, and the cushion just fattened.
NVDA just exploded again for Javier Madali at 9:45 a.m. New York.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX trade is still a fresh bruise.
Gasping Sunali Sulia just got shoved deeper by TSLA at 9:45 a.m. New York.
Chidambara Raja keeps slipping. TQQ is the latest drag. Jayaveer Madali still leads. MMM and NVDA just powered another surge.
MM ripped again for Java Madali monster momentum at 9:46 a.m. New York.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still bleeding. TQQ keeps kicking the wound.
Gasping Sana Swalia just got smoked on TSLA at 9:45 a.m. New York.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX drawdown is fresh, and the tape stays unforgiving.
Javier 116 is first, Chida is second, and the gap is massive.
Groaning. Javier 116's up 4,603.35, while Cheddar sits at negative 960.
Jailweir 116 is improving. Chidda is slipping hard right now.
Jayaveer 116's all unrealized, with 7 stocks traded and 0 shares held.
Groaning. Chidda's taking 5,000 shares across 2 stocks, but the P&L keeps bleeding.
Javier 116 is still king, and the cushion is 4,603.35 at 9:48 a.m. ET.
Javier 116's green and Chidda's red top versus Payne. No contest.
Jayaveer 116's unrealized 4,603.35 crushes. Chidda's realized negative 960.
Chidda is swinging hard, but 5,000 shares still can't save the slide.
Javier 116's momentum is climbing. Chida's trough keeps digging lower.
Jayaveer Madali still leads, but MA just clipped his cushion at 9:48 a.m. New York.
MM and CSCO are still pumping Javier Madali like a rocket.
Groaning. Chidambara Raja is still bleeding red and the chase looks ugly.
Gaspin. Sunil Sulia just took another TSLA hit at 9:48 a.m. New York.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX drawdown stays fresh after 9:48 a.m. New York.
NVDA keeps firing for Javier Madali, pure leaderboard pressure. Javier Madali just keeps the throne. NVDA surge is still powering it at 9:50 a.m. New York.
Groaning. A and ABT just hacked Javier Madali back at 9:50 a.m. New York.
Chidambara Raja stays second, but the red is still dragging him under.
Gasping Sunil Sulia just got crushed again. TSLA is still the wrecking ball.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX hit is still fresh. No mercy on this tape.
Cisco and MMM are the only reason Javier Madali still looks bulletproof.
Javier 116 is miles ahead. Cheddar and Pooty are still chasing smoke.
Droning Shedavir 116's green, Chitter's bleeding hard, and the gap is nasty.
Cheetah's volume is huge, Putty is lighter, but both are stuck in red.
Javier 116's unrealized stack is doing all the work right now.
Pooty's trough keeps deepening, and that slide looks ugly.
Javier Medley just rip higher again. is the rocket, and the lead stays hot.
9:52 a.m. New York. Javier Madali's NVDA surge keeps the scoreboard tilted.
Groaning, Chidambara Raja is still stuck in the red. TSLA keeps kicking him.
Gaspinjit Kartikar's NFLX loss is still alive, and the tape won't blink.
Sunil Sulia keeps bleeding on TSLA. That drawdown just got uglier.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX hit keeps the pressure on. No mercy from the market. Javier Madden is still first, and just pumped the engine again.
Sunil Sulia is getting buried again. TSLA keeps kicking the hole wider.
"9:52 a.m. New York. Javier Madali's NVDA run is still amplifying the lead.
Chidambara Raja still bleeding. The second place chase is slipping fast.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX pain keeps echoing through the board.
Javier Madali stacking wins while MA and ABT keep wobbling.
Javier Madalali just rip higher again. is doing the heavy lifting.
Groaning, Sunil Sulia is getting buried by TSLA again. That tape is merciless.
Javier Madali still leads. Tournament net PNL sits at 19,022.2.
Gasping Tabra Raja is bleeding at second, red on the board, no rescue yet.
And NVDA are exploding for Javier Madali. Monster momentum.
Ajit Kaktikar is still limping. That NFLX hit never healed.
Javier Madali still leads. MMM and NVDA keep the engine hot.
just ripped again at 9:54 a.m. New York.
Groaning. Sunil Sulia just ate another TSLA dump at 9:55 a.m. New York.
Gasping Chidambara Raja stays second, but the red is still biting hard.
Javier Madali's cushion widens. The field still can't touch him. Javier Madali is still first, and NVDA just juiced the lead again.
Javier Madali still torching the board with NVDA and Sesco strength.
Groaning. Sunil Sulia just got smoked again. TSLA keeps the damage coming.
Gasping, Chidambara Raja is still bleeding red. The chase is getting ugly.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX bruise is still fresh at 9:57 a.m. New York. Javier Madali is still king, and the cushion keeps holding at 9:57 a.m. New York.
NVDA and line are exploding for Javier Madali.
Groaning. Chidambara Raja stays second, but that red tape is eating him alive.
Gasping Sunil Solia just got smashed again on TSLA at 9:57 a.m. New York.
Abhijit Kaktikar is green, but the move is tiny compared with the leaders. Javier Madali just pushed higher again. NVDA and MMM are doing the heavy lifting.
Javier Madali is still king, and that first place cushion just keeps flexing.
Sunil Sulia keeps bleeding out on TSLA. That tape is merciless.
Gasping Chidambara Raja is still stuck in the red. Second place looks shaky.
Abhijit Kaktikar finally has a green blip, but it's tiny beside the top two.
Javier Madali is exploding again, and just slammed another gear.
At 10 a.m. New York, Javier Madali still leads, powered by NVDA and L-Line.
Groaning. Sunil Sulia keeps bleeding, and TSLA is the knife in the ribs.
Gasping Chidambara Raja is still second, but that red stack looks cooked.
Abhijit Kaktikar holds fifth, but the tournament cushion is thin.
Javier 116 is flying. Chida is stuck in the red.
Groaning. Javier 116 has the lead. Boof 25 and A is barely hanging on.
Gasming Chida's aggressive, but Boofed with 5 ains, the quieter bleed.
Javier 116 sits first with 4,770.8. The unrealized pile is all his.
Groaning. Chida's at minus 960, and 5,000 shares didn't save him.
Beef is 25 and is still red, but the damage is just $5.
Jayaveer Madali holds first, but MA just clipped the lead at 10:01 a.m. New York.
MMM and NVDA are still exploding for Jayaveer Madali.
Crone Pabra Raja is still bleeding red. The chase is ugly.
Sunil Sulia just got hammered again by TSLA at 10:01 a.m. New York.
New read, Jayaveer Madali's 10:01 a.m. New York Pulse says NVDA is the engine.
B haps 25 and sits third, but barely above water.
Sunil Sulia's drawdown keeps widening. That's a nasty tape.
Jayaveer Madali is still first, and NVDA is powering the climb.
NVDA just slammed another rocket into Jayaveer Madali's stack.
Sunil Sulia is still bleeding, and TSLA keeps the knife in.
Meta just cracked harder for Sunil Sulia, volatile and ugly.
Chidambara Raja stays second, but the gap still looks vulnerable.
MMM and Lin are still cooking for Jayaveer Madali.
Chitta versus Pooty. Second place is getting torched, and both are still bleeding.
Trita's deeper in the hole, but Pooty's hanging on with less activity.
Chida's swinging wider, Pooty's loss is smaller, but the slide keeps rolling.
Chitta is at rank 2, but that trough just slammed to minus 960.05.
Pooty sits 8th, and the realized loss is still grinding lower.
Jayaveer Madali just blasted higher again. MMN is the rocket fuel.
At 10:04 a.m. New York, Jayaveer Madali keeps first place on a monster cushion.
Gasping NVDA keeps ripping for Jayaveer Madali. This tape will not chill out.
Groaning Chidambara Raja stays second, but that red ink is doing all the talking.
Sunil Sulia is getting smoked again. TSLA just deep in the hole.
Abhijit Kaktakar's recent gains are slipping. NFLX left a fresh bruise.
Jayaveer Madali's still on top, and NVDA is the rocket fuel.
10:05 a.m. New York, Jayaveer Madali's MMM stack just keeps compounding.
Chidambara Raja still bleeding red, and the gap looks mean.
Gasping Tusalia just got shoved lower again, and TSLA keeps biting.
Ten 10:02 a.m. New York, meta pressure deepened for Sunil Sulia.
Abhijit Kaktikar's still underwater, no mercy from the tape.
Javier Madali still leads 10:06 a.m. New York, but MA just shaved the stack.
NVDA and MMM are printing heat for Javier Madali again.
Granambara Raja is bleeding. The second place chase looks cooked.
Gasping, Sanil Sulia keeps slipping. TSLA and Meta are still punishing the board.
Abhijit Kaktikar stays bruised. The NFLX drag is still fresh at 10:02 a.m. New York.
Javier 116 is miles ahead. Chitta is buried in red.
Groaning. First versus second. It's not close, 4,865.7 to negative 957.65.
Javier 116's unrealized rocket is doing all the damage.
Chitta's active, but the realized loss is still crushing.
Javier 116 is green on 7 stocks. Chitta's only hit 2.
Javier Madali holds first, and his tournament PNL is still surging.
NVDA is printing again for Javier Madali at 10:08 a.m. New York.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still bleeding, and second place looks soft.
Meta and TSLA are punishing Sanil Salia right now.
Abhijit Kaktikar stays green with Lin and Ciasco doing the heavy lifting.
That NVDA Lin engine is still roaring, and Javier Madali owns the tape. Javier Madali is still king, and NVDA just keeps blasting higher.
10:09 a.m. New York, Javier Madali's tournament lead keeps expanding on NVDA and Lion.
Ground Harbour Raja is still bleeding red. Second place looks soft.
Sanil Salia just got hammered again, and Meta is dragging the board.
NVDA and Lion volume are ripping. Javier Madali is widening the gap.
Abhijit Kaktikar's steady climb looks tiny next to this monster top seat run. Javier Madali is still king, and NVDA keeps handing him fuel.
10:10 a.m. New York, Javier Madali's Grand PNL still leads the field.
Gasping Tadamara Raja is bleeding red again, and second place looks fragile.
Joanna Solia keeps sinking. Meta and TSLA just added more pain.
MM just detonated again for Javier Madali. Monster momentum.
Abhijit Kaktikar stays green, but the tape says volatility is still hot. Javier Madali is still first and NVDA keeps stacking wins at 10:11 a.m. New York.
MMM just roar, and Javier Madaley's cushion is getting heavier.
Gasping Tombara is still bleeding. The chase backfires again.
Groaning. Sansulia keeps sinking, and Meta just kicked the chair again.
Abhijit Kaktikar is up on the day, but the leaderboard pressure stays real.
Cheetah's ranked 2, but Puti's chasing from 8th.
Shrida's down harder, but Puti's still bleeding red.
Gasping Cheetah traded way heavier. Putti spread across more stocks.
Cheetah's unrealized edge is tiny, the realized damage is massive.
Puti's sitting on a deeper trough, and that's the real pain.
Cheetah's still second, but Puti and Porv 25 and are hunting from behind.
Groaning. Chida's down 958.15, Puti's down 462.1 at 10:14 a.m. ET.
Gasping Cheetah's share count is huge, but Boof 25N is way cleaner on risk.
Puti's deeper drawdown clashes with BHUV 25 and O's tighter slide.
Chidla eats, but Puti is bleeding harder than BWAF 25.
Groaning. Chida's down 959.75, while Puti sits at 558.1, both at 10:15 a.m. ET.
Gasping Tuku trough is brutal. Boot 25N stays far cleaner.
Hove 25 and's only down 40, with the lightest damage in this matchup.
Javier Madaley keeps printing gains. NVDA is the engine at 10:15 a.m. New York.
and Lian keeps stacking wins for Jayaveer Madali. Textbook momentum.
Groaning. Chibamba Raja is still bleeding red, and the second place chase looks soft.
Sanlasulia just got clipped again by Meta and TSLA. That drawdown is nasty.
Javier Madaley still owns first. The leaderboard pressure stays on.
Abhijit Kaktikar remains positive, but the board is now all about NVDA heat.
Javier 116 is miles ahead, while Chetja is still underwater.
Groaning. Javier 116 leads, Chida bleeds, and Anusha 25_12 quietly hangs around 5th.
Javier 116's unrealized stack is all heat, with zero realized P&L pressure.
Chida is active, but that share count has not translated into profit.
Anusha 25_12 is the quiet mover, positive and climbing without the noise.
Javier Madali just added another NVDA surge at 9:17 a.m. New York.
Javier Madali is still king. NVDA and keep printing.
Kanambara Raja is bleeding red again. 2nd place looks soft.
Gasping Sunil Sulia just got slammed by Meta, more pressure on the basement.
Abhijit Kaktikar's positive swing is tiny, but the leaderboard gap stays wide. Javier Madali stays first, 10:18 a.m. New York, and just widened the gap.
NVDA is on fire again for Javier Madali.
Chidambara Raja is still bleeding. 2nd place looks soft.
Gasping Kaktikar just grabbed NFLX momentum again.
Sunil Sulia keeps sliding. Meta just deepened the hole.
Abhijit Kaktikar finally found some daylight on NFLX.
Javier Madali is still first. NVDA and Sixco keep stacking wins.
Javier Madali just ripped higher again on NVDA at 10:19 a.m. New York.
Kundabara Raja is still bleeding. 2nd place looks soft.
Sanu Solia caught a clean bounce on AMD, and the tape just jolted.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX lift is modest, but the rebound matters.
Lakan Ghasali still climbing, and this board is refusing to cool off.
Javier Madali keeps the crown. 10:20 a.m. New York, and just added fuel.
Javier Madali is stacking wins on NVDA now. Monster momentum.
Chidambara Raja is still bleeding red while the leader walks off.
Xani Sulia finally pops on AMD. Tiny relief, big breath.
Abhijit Kaktikar adds NFLX upside, but he's still chasing the top trio.
Javier Madali's lead looks filthy. Everyone else is playing catch-up.
Javier Madali is still out front, and MMM just keeps pounding higher.
Gasping, NVDA is still screaming for Javier Medali. That tape is relentless.
Chrome Tumbara Raja is still bleeding red. Second place isn't looking pretty.
Sunil Solia finally flashed green on AMD and NFLX. That's a cleaner pulse.
Abhijit Kaktikar just caught a fresh NFLX bid. Small but loud.
Javier Medali just stacked another MMM surge at 10:22 a.m. New York.
Javier Medali's NVDA engine is still roaring at 10:21 a.m. New York.
Groaning Tabara Raja is still bleeding. The red tape won't let go.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX pop is real, quiet recovery, fast move.
Javier Medali still owns first. The grand PNL gap stays massive.
Sunil Solia is still at the bottom. That grind looks miserable.
Javier Medali just surged again. MMM is the engine at 10:23 a.m. New York.
Javier Medali is printing monster momentum on MMN NVDA.
Groaning, Chidambara Raja is still sinking. Red ink, no rescue.
Gasping, Sulia's Gule pop is real, but that hole is still deep.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX rebound is decent, but the leaderboard gap stays wide.
Yash Pawar is still flat. The scoreboard's waiting on a move.
Javier Medali still leads on 19,144.15 tournament PNL.
Javier Medali's MMM is exploding again at 10:23 a.m. New York.
Gasping, NVDA keeps ripping for Javier Medali, and the gap feels nasty.
Groaning, Chidambara Raja is still second, but the chase is getting ugly.
Sunil Solia's AMD bounce cut damage at 10:20 a.m. New York.
Abhijit Kaktikar finally got NFLX moving, but the scoreboard still stings.
Javier Medali still leads, now at 19,062.05 tournament PNL.
Javier Medali's NVDA and MMM are exploding again at 10:25 a.m. New York.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is hanging second, but that red session hurts.
Gasping, Sunil Solia's AMD just slipped deeper at 10:25 a.m. New York.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX bounce is real, but he's still fifth.
Yash Pawar still needs a trade before close. No freebies here.
10:27 a.m. New York. Javier Madali still commands first at 19,123.43.
Javier Madali just juiced NVDA and MM again at 10:25 a.m. New York.
Chidambara Raja is still second, but the red session is biting at 10:27 a.m. New York.
Sunil Sulia dragged on AMD and lost more at 10:25 a.m. New York.
Abhijit Kaktikar flipped NFLX green at 10:18 a.m. New York.
BF V25 and holds third. That cushion is tiny and the chase is live.
Javier Madali still tops the board, 9:27 a.m. New York, and he's protecting the crown.
MMM keeps ripping for Javier Madali. 9:25 a.m. New York. That tape is on fire.
Gasping NVDA is still surging for Javier Madali. 9:25 a.m. New York. Pure pressure.
Chidambara Raja is second, but that red session keeps the leash tight.
Sunil Sulia stopped the bleeding on Google at 9:23 a.m. New York, but AMD slipped again.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX finally flashed green at 9:18 a.m. New York. Javier 116 is still way out front. Pooty's chasing from rank 8.
Javier 116's unrealized rocket versus Pooty's red tape massive split.
Javier 116's cushion is huge, and the weak delta keeps climbing.
Pooty's shares are flying, but the P&L is still getting hit.
Javier Madali still owns first, with 19,110.53 tournament P&L.
Javier Madali just ripped NVDA at 10:28 a.m. New York.
Croning, Chidambara Raja is clinging to second, but the session's ugly.
Sunil Sulia just got hammered on AMD at 10:29 a.m. New York.
Like Sali is nudging up the board, still hunting the podium.
Abhijit Kaktikar finally put NFLX on the scoreboard at 10:18 a.m. New York.
Javier Madali still leads, 10:30 a.m. New York, and the cushion is massive.
Chidambara Raja is bleeding red. The gap to first is ugly.
NVDA just lit up again for Javier Madali at 10:28 a.m. New York.
Xanu Sulia just got slammed on AMD at 10:30 a.m. New York.
Abhijit Kaktikar popped on NFLX at 10:30 a.m. New York.
25.
Quick green
Sits
flash.
third, but that rank is getting squeezed.
Javier Madali still owns first, with the tournament cushion intact.
MMM just detonated again for Javier Medley.
Gasping, NVDA keeps firing, and Javier Madali won't give up a tick.
Chidambara Raja is still getting cooked. Second place is wobbling.
Saniel Sulia's AMD slide deepened at 10:32 a.m. New York.
Abhijit Kaktikar just ripped NFLX into the green at 10:30 a.m. New York.
Javier Madali still leads, 10:32 a.m. New York, and the cushion just got bigger.
MM and NVDA are rocketing for Javier Madali at 10:32 a.m. New York.
Chidambara Raja is still second, but the red tape is chewing him up.
Zanduli just took another AMD hit at 10:32 a.m. New York.
Abhijit Kaktikar finally caught NFLX lift at 10:30 a.m. New York.
Yash Pawar still needs a trade. Clock's running at 10:33 a.m. New York.
Javier Madali still leads, but the cushion just took a hit.
At 10:33 a.m. New York, Javier Madali got rocked by MA.
Gasping, NVDA just blasted back at 10:33 a.m. New York leaderboard fire.
Groaning, Chidambara Raja is still chasing in red. Brutal second place tape.
Sunil Sulia keeps sliding on AMD, and the drawdown is worsening.
Abhijit Kaktikar just caught a clean NFLX pop.
Javier Madali still owns first, 10:34 a.m. New York. The lead is protected.
NVDA just ripped again for Javier Madali, and the top seat looks welded.
Groaning, Chidambara Raja is sinking at 10:34 a.m. New York. Second place is getting noisy.
Sana and Sulia just got hit harder on AMD, and the basement gets louder.
Lakan Gusali just flashed green on 10:30 a.m. New York NFLX pressure.
Shout if 25 and is holding third, but Javier Madali is still the monster.
Javier Madali still leads 10:35 a.m. New York, and the cushion holds near the top.
NVDA just ripped again for Javier Madali at 10:34 a.m. New York.
Groaning, Chidambara Raja is still leaking. 10:35 a.m. New York, and second place is under fire.
AMD just got hammered again for Sunil Sulia at 10:35 a.m. New York.
Abhijit Kaktikar keeps climbing, 10:35 a.m. New York. NFLX is printing fresh green. Javier Madali still owns first, 10:36 a.m. New York, and the cushion grew again.
MM just ripped higher for Javier Madali at 10:36 a.m. New York.
Groaning, Chidambara Raja's chase is bleeding again. Second place is under pressure.
Zanil Solio is getting hammered on AMD at 10:36 a.m. New York.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX Pop at 10:35 a.m. New York keeps fifth in the green. Jayaveer Madali still leads, 10:37 a.m. New York, and the cushion just grew.
Len, MMM, and NVDA are detonating for Jayaveer Madali.
Groaning Chidambara Raja's second place is under siege. AMD keeps mugging him.
Glaspindam Solar just got smoked again, 10:37 a.m. New York, and AMD keeps slipping harder.
Abhijit Kaktikar has a green NFLX Pop, but it's tiny beside the leaders.
Yash Paul still needs a first trade before close. 5H22M left.
Jayaveer Madali still owns first, with fresh NVDA fuel at 10:38 a.m. New York.
Jayaveer Madali is cooking. NVDA just lit another fuse at 10:38 a.m. New York.
Jayaveer Madali still leads, and the gap keeps breathing at 10:39 a.m. New York.
NM just ripped higher for Jayaveer Madali at 10:39 a.m. New York.
Dasping Sulia just got wrecked again on AMD at 10:38 a.m. New York.
Biakastein 5 on holds third, but the gap stays tight behind the top pair.
Abhijit Kaktikar finally caught NFLX green at 10:35 a.m. New York. BO25 and stays in the hunt, and that tiny green is holding firm. Jayaveer 116 is still first. Chitta is second, but the gap is massive.
Groaning Jayaveer. 116's up 837.97 while Beef 25 and only Nudge 27.
Gasping Chidas at minus 958.2 on the day. Boof 25 and stays barely green.
Jayaveer 116's lead is unrealized heavy, 4,378.42, with zero realized drag. Jayaveer Madali still first, and his cushion just stretched at 10:41 a.m. New York.
NVDA is printing for Jayaveer Madali again. Leaderboard pressure everywhere.
Groaning Chambara Raja is bleeding at 10:41 a.m. New York. Second place is getting ugly.
AMD is still hammering Sunil Sulia. Another deep hit at 10:41 a.m. New York.
TF2F25NA stays third, but the gap to second is still the story.
MMM and line already fueled the lead. Javier Madali is protecting the crown.
Yash Pawar still leads a trade before close. Clock's not smiling.
Javier Madali still owns first. NVDA just ripped his stack higher at 10:42 a.m. New York.
Chidambara Raja protects second, but that red session keeps the pressure on.
Groaning, Sunil Sulia just got buried again. AMD keeps handing out receipts at 10:42 a.m. New York.
Abhijit Kaktikar finally punched green on NFLX at 10:42 a.m. New York.
MMM and NVDA keep Javier Madali defending the summit.
Javier 116 still tops Pooty, and the gap looks brutal.
Groaning Javier. 116 is green and calm. Pooty is deep red and still swinging.
Javier 116 runs unrealized only. Pooty carries losses and heavy shares.
JLVR 116 hit 4,415.25 at 10:44 a.m. ET. Still commanding first.
Pooty's at minus 2,358.1 at 10:44 a.m. ET, and the chase is on life support.
Groaning. Javier 116's peak is miles above trough. Pooty's trough is the floor today.
Javier Madali still owns first. 10:45 a.m. New York. His cushion keeps ripping.
Chidambara Raja's taking heat. 10:45 a.m. New York. The red is still biting.
Sunil Sulia just got nuked on AMD 10:45 a.m. New York. That tape is savage.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX pop is real. 10:44 a.m. New York. The session finally cracks green.
MM and NVDA are still launching Javier Madali higher. Pure leader pressure.
Cuck. Drum 25. And's just hanging on to third. Not flashy, but the spot's secure.
Javier Madali still owns first, and the MMM engine won't quit.
At 10:45 a.m. New York, Javier Madali sits at 18,769.85 tournament PNL.
Chidambara Raja is hanging on to second, but that red session hurts.
Groaning, Sunil Sulia just ate another AMD crater, and the tape is ruthless.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX pop hit at 10:44 a.m. New York. Nice rescue.
BHUV25 NS stays cleanly third, tiny green, but rank is protected. Javier Madali still leads at 10:46 a.m. New York, and the cushion holds strong.
NVDA and MMM are still fueling Javier Madali's run.
Groaning, Sunil Sulia's AMD slide just got nastier at 10:46 a.m. New York.
Gasping, Tabara Raja is second, but that red session keeps biting at 10:46 a.m. New York.
Abhijit Koktakar's NFLX pop is real, but it still trails the top stack.
BHUV 25 and keeps the pressure on tiny green but steady.
Jayaveer Madali still leads at 10:47 a.m. New York, and the cushion just got bigger.
NVDA and MMM are detonating for Jayaveer Madali at 10:47 a.m. New York.
Crone, Chidambaria Raja is hanging second, but that red session is nasty at 10:47 a.m. New York.
Gasping, Sanal Sonlia's AMD spiral just got uglier at 10:47 a.m. New York.
BHU V25 and holds third, and NFLX is quietly adding pressure at 10:47 a.m. New York.
Jayaveer 116 and Pudia worlds apart. First place versus 8th.
Groaning, 4,436.7 for Jayaveer 116 and minus 2,242.6 for Puti at 10:49 a.m. ET.
Gasping, 116 is climbing. Puti is still taking hits at 10:49 a.m. ET.
Pooty shares are flying, but the PNL is still buried at 10:49 a.m. ET.
Jayaveer Madali is still first. MMM just added another surge at 10:49 a.m. New York.
Jayaveer Madali's lead is cooking. NVDA and Line are lighting the board.
Gasping, Kratpav Raja is bleeding harder. Second place is getting slippery.
Sunil Sulia's AMD wreck just keeps digging at 10:49 a.m. New York.
Abhijit Koktakar's NFLX move is green, but still small beside the leaders.
Yash Pawar still needs a trade before close. 5 hours left.
Jayaveer Madali still owns first, now at 10:50 a.m. New York.
Jayaveer Madali's NVDA and Line are still printing heat.
Gasping, Chidambara Raja is chasing, but the red session just got louder.
Sunil Sulia just got buried again on AMD at 10:50 a.m. New York.
Abhijit Koktakar's NFLX still stands out as a live green pocket at 10:47 a.m. New York.
Jayaveer 116 is miles ahead. Chitta's red slide is still dragging rank 2.
Groaning, Chida's trading 5,020 shares, BUF 25 and's barely above water on volume.
Jaibur 116's unrealized stack is huge. Poof 25 and A is still grinding for traction.
Javir 116 sits first with 4,302.73 at 10:52 a.m.
Chidas at minus 963.2 at 10:52 a.m. ET, and that delta is brutal.
Javier Medali still owns first, 18-6K tournament PNL at 10:53 a.m. New York.
Groaning Chidambara Raja's second place is hanging on by a thread.
NVDA just detonated again for Javier Medali at 10:53 a.m. New York.
Gasping Sanil Sulia's AMD slide just got uglier at 10:53 a.m. New York.
Abhijit Kaktikar jumps fifth on NFLX, and the intraday pop looks real.
Proof 25 and Kurt. Cody's quietly guarding third. No drama, just survival.
Javier Medali still owns first, and his cushion just grew again.
NVDA is still printing for Javier Medali at 10:53 a.m. New York.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still second, but that red session is ugly.
Gasping Kaktikar just popped on NFLX at 10:53 a.m. New York.
Sunil Sulia's AMD slide keeps deepening. The damage won't stop. Javier Medali still owns first. Tournament net PNL today at 10:54 a.m. New York is 18,652.73.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still second, but that red session print is ugly.
Sanil Sulia just got nuked on AMD at 10:54 a.m. New York.
Bievjuev 25 and clings to third. The cushion is small, but the rank holds.
Abhijit Kaktikar is green, and NFLX just lit the fuse at 10:53 a.m. New York. Javier Medali is still king, and NVDA keeps blasting higher.
At 10:55 a.m. New York, Javier Medali reached 18,605.28 tournament PNL.
Crowning Chidambara Raja is bleeding again. Second place looks fragile.
Gasping Sanil Sulia just got smoked on AMD at 9:55 a.m. New York.
Abhijit Kaktikar is climbing, with NFLX adding fresh fuel at 9:55 a.m. New York.
BOV 25 ain't green, and that quiet grind is now fifth place pressure. Lakhanga Sali is fourth, while Pudi sits eighth and deep in the red.
Groaning. Likangasali's up 210.95. Puti's down 2,828.2 at 10:57 a.m. ET.
Lekangursali is clean at 0 unrealized. Puti is carrying minus 2,494.5 unrealized.
Lakangursali trades light, 760 shares, 1 stock, and rank 4.
Puti's volume is huge, 3,040 shares across 6 stocks, but the slide keeps hitting. Javier Madali leads with 4,370.55 at 10:50 a.m. ET.
Groaning. Javier Madali is miles ahead. Chidi is still stuck at minus 963.2.
Gasping Cheetah's volume is huge. Boof 25 and X climb is smaller but cleaner.
Javier Madali has the cushion. Boof 25 An is the quiet grinder.
Javier Madali's unrealized stack is 4,370.55 at 10:58 a.m. ET.
Javier Madali still owns first with AT7K tournament PNL at 10:58 a.m. New York.
NVDA just printed again at 10:58 a.m. New York. Javier Madali is still launching.
Groaning. Chidambara Raja's second place is hanging on while today's red keeps biting.
Gasping Sunil Salia just got smashed again at 10:58 a.m. New York. AMD is eating him alive.
Abhijit Kaktikar keeps climbing, and NFLX just added fresh fuel at 10:58 a.m. New York.
Beef Shoaib 25 and stays third. Tiny green, huge pressure, and the pack is still chasing.
Javier Madali still leads on tournament PNL, and NVDA keeps the throne warm.
Javier Madali just ripped higher again at 10:58 a.m. New York.
Chidambara Raja is still second, but that red day is ugly.
Gasping Kaktikar's NFLX just lit up at 10:58 a.m. New York.
Sunil Solia's AMD keeps sliding. 10:59 a.m. New York looks brutal. Javier Madali still owns first. NVDA keeps padding the tournament lead.
Javier Madali is stacking NVDA again. Leaderboard fire alarm.
Groaning. Chidambara Raja is still second, but that red session is ugly.
Gasping Sunil Souza just got crushed on AMD again. This tape is vicious.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX pop is real, and it's still holding.
B-What 25, and this is quietly climbing. Small green, big pressure.
Javier Madali is still the tournament anchor, and at 11:01 a.m. New York, His NVDA stack just pushed the lead even farther from the pack.
Croning Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament score, but his live session is dragging, so the gap behind Jayavir Madali stays vulnerable instead of threatening.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX gain is modest, but it matters because a clean positive trade keeps him from slipping back into the pressure zone.
BHU V25 and is quietly staying in the hunt, and with that small positive session, even a controlled day can still protect the podium angle.
Yash Pawar has not opened today's fight yet, and with close still hours away, the real risk is missing the board entirely.
BHU V25 and is third. Pooty is eighth. That gap is brutal.
Groaning. Per 25 and up plus 32, Piti up minus 2,112.1. Ugly separation.
Gasping PF25 and is green and climbing. Pooty is stuck in a deep slide.
BHF 225 and N swing is wild, minus 474 to plus 32. Massive recovery.
Pooty's unrealized loss is 1776. That pressure keeps stacking.
Turn this rank too, but BF25 and is green and climbing right behind.
Groaning. Chida is bleeding hard. Boof 25 and still positive with far less noise.
Gasping Chida traded 5,020 shares, Beavers 25 and answered with 2,600. Wild contrast.
Cheetah peaked at 550, then crashed to negative 963.2 by 11:04 a.m. ET.
BHU 25 and ends up 32. And that 89 peak is still alive at 11:04 a.m. ET.
Jayavir Madali is still the #1 problem for the field, and the new Sesko push at 11:04 a.m. New York keeps that lead feeling protected.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is getting buried by that AMD slide, and the trouble is it's not a one-tick slip. It's been a sequence of losses.
Gasping that AMD damage at 11:03 a.m. New York just made second place look fragile because the chase pack now smells blood.
BHUV 25. Anne is sitting in a quieter third-place pocket, and with no fresh event pressure, that tiny positive cushion matters more than the raw number.
Abhijit Kaktikar still has that NFLX lift from earlier, and in a board this tight, holding a clean winner is how you survive the leaderboard squeeze.
Jayavir Madali is still dictating the top of the table, and that fresh Lin pop at 11:05 a.m. New York keeps his tournament cushion thick.
And Jayavir Madali just got another push from Cisco at 11:04 a.m. New York. So the leader is not just holding first, he is extending the gap with discipline.
That AMD slide is not a wobble, it is sustained damage, and every minute of pressure makes the chase for first place feel heavier.
Abhijit Kaktikar is still the cleanest mid-board mover because NFLX is adding real support and helping him defend a positive day without overextending.
Sinal Sulia finally found a little relief with NFLX at 10:58 a.m. New York, but the AMD damage is still the big story, and the ladder is not forgiving that kind of drawdown.
Java Madali keeps the top seat locked, and that fresh MMM surge at 11:06 a.m. New York adds another layer of cushion to his tournament lead.
That MMM pop at 11:06 a.m. New York is exactly what first place wants, because it keeps Javier Madali ahead of the pack without needing a rescue trade.
Gasping has been a straight pressure cooker for Sunil Sulia, and this latest downdraft at 11:06 a.m. New York stretches the gap far beyond a normal session wobble.
Chidambara Raja still owns second place by tournament score, but the live red on the day means he has to protect that cushion instead of pressing the chase.
Yash Pawar still hasn't opened the day, and with hours left on the clock, that missing trade is now a real procedural risk instead of a footnote.
Jayaveer Madali is still controlling the top seat, and that fresh NVDA surge at 11:07 a.m. New York keeps his tournament lead looking protected.
Chidambara Raja is still under pressure, and that ugly session slide means second place has to worry about losing contact with the podium pack.
Gasping Sunil Sulia is getting hammered by AMD again, and that kind of repeated damage turns every new trade into a survival decision instead of a comeback plan.
Abhijit Koktikar's NFLX pop is the quieter kind of help, but it matters because it keeps his day green while the bigger names absorb all the noise.
Yash Pawar still has time on the clock to get a valid trade down, but that session deadline means waiting any longer starts flirting with disqualification risk.
Jayaveer Madali is still the tournament's pace setter, and that 18.5K cumulative lead means every fresh winner keeps the chasers working uphill.
Men and Lin have been stacking wins for Jayaveer Madali, so this isn't luck, it's a portfolio doing the heavy lifting while the field stares up at him.
Chidambara Raja is taking heat on the day, and the negative session PNL means second place needs a clean bounce fast or the pressure keeps building.
Sunil Sulia's AMD collapse at 11:08 a.m. New York is the loudest risk story on the board, because one name is now dragging the entire session into danger.
Yash Pawar still hasn't opened today's session, so the leaderboard is watching the clock as much as the ranks with more than 4 hours left.
Jayaveer Madali is still controlling the summit, and that NVDA pop at 11:07 a.m. New York keeps the tournament lead feeling very sturdy.
Javier Madali just stacked fresh strength on MMM at 11:06 a.m. New York, so the chase pack needs something huge to even smell first place.
And that AMD slide from 11:09 a.m. New York makes the pressure feel immediate. He's not just losing ground, he's burning through cushion in real time.
Kumbituanki Faftassin's third on the grand leaderboard, and that tiny live gain matters because it's about protecting position while the heavy hitters swing around him.
Sunil Sulia is getting absolutely roughed up by AMD, and in a board this tight, that kind of slide can drag the whole basement deeper fast. Jayaveer 116 is still in control at rank 1, and that 4,207.7 tournament PNL at 11:11 a.m. ET keeps the whole prize picture tilted his way.
This is a classic leader versus chaser split. Jayaveer 116 is improving, Chida is slipping, and the leaderboard pressure now sits squarely on second place.
The engine behind Jayaveer 116 is broad too. 7 stocks traded today, and that low activity label still comes with serious leaderboard stability.
The comparison card says it all. Jayaveer 116 has the peak to trough swing under control, while Chida is still fighting out of a deep realized hole.
Jayaveer Madali is still setting the pace at the top, and the new burst at 11:10 a.m. New York keeps his cushion comfortable.
That NVDA engine for Javier Matali is still roaring, and every fresh push makes the rest of the board chase from farther back.
Gasping 25 and is barely positive today, but that small green session matters because it keeps rank momentum alive, while the gap above stays wide.
La Hangdersali stay is still constructive, and with the session holding positive, he remains the kind of mid-pack threat nobody wants to ignore.
Sunil Salia's AMD damage is brutal again at 11:11 a.m. New York, and that keeps the basement fight from stabilizing at all.
JBL 116 is still the benchmark at 11:13 a.m. ET, and that huge unrealized cushion means the whole field is racing his pace, not setting it.
Jida and Boof 25 and are separated by the risk profile too, because one is still grinding from a big hole while the other is working a small green total.
The leaderboard shape is simple right now. Jayaveer 116 leads by a wide margin. Chida is fighting to recover, and Boof 25 An is the quiet third-place mover.
Cheetah session is the danger case here. A heavy realized loss and only a tiny unrealized buffer, which leaves almost no room for another slip.
Gasping Poochvi 5 ends climb matters, because a small green total with controlled activity can still defend third if the chaser stays stuck in damage control.
Jayaveer Madali is still miles ahead on the tournament board, and that fresh NVDA pop at 11:13 a.m. New York keeps his prize position looking locked in.
Chidambara Raja cannot catch a break, with the latest AMD slide at 11:13 a.m. New York dragging the session further away from the top two.
Gasping AMD has been a straight pressure test for Chidambara Raja all morning, and that repeated downside is the kind of tape that can wreck leaderboard confidence fast.
HOV25N is still holding third with only a tiny live gain, so the real story is protection here, not aggression, while the chasers keep wobbling.
Sinel Sulia is staring at another ugly AMD hit, and with that many trades already on the board, the risk now looks more like damage control than recovery.
Jayaveer Madali is protecting the top spot again, and NVDA just pushed his tournament total to a stronger cushion at 11:14 a.m. New York.
That NVDA rip is the kind of move that turns a lead into a fortress, and Jayaveer Madali keeps widening daylight over the field.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is getting squeezed at the wrong time, because the gap to first is already huge, and today's loss is not helping the chase.
The AMD damage is especially ugly because it keeps compounding hour after hour, and Sunil Solia now has to worry about protecting rank, not just recovering.
Gasping Kaktikar's modest green day is still useful, because in a tight tournament, every clean trade helps keep the leaderboard pressure off.
Jayaveer Madali is still controlling the top spot, and the real story is how NVDA keeps converting momentum into leaderboard insulation.
Jayaveer Madali's NVDA engine just added more fuel at 11:14 a.m. New York, and that kind of follow-through makes the chasers work twice as hard.
Groaning. Emir's doing the same job for Jayaveer Madali, stacking on top of NVDA and turning first place into a very expensive wall to climb.
Sunil Sulia's AMD slide is the loudest risk signal on the board, and at 11:15 a.m. New York, the drawdown keeps dragging the basement further away from rescue.
Lakhang Gasali is also holding a clean green session, and that matters because every steady gain helps protect the mid-table climb while the heavy hitters battle above.
Jayaveer Madali is stretching the tournament lead again, and at 11:16 a.m. New York, his lion grind keeps the top spot looking fortified.
And now the same trader gets a fresh lift from NVDA at 11:14 a.m. New York. So the gap is not just stable, it is actively widening.
Kesping Pararaja is still holding second on tournament PNL, but the daily red at 11:16 a.m. New York keeps the chaser smelling blood.
Sunil Sulia just took another hard hit from AMD at 11:16 a.m. New York, and that kind of slide turns every remaining decision into damage control.
Abhijit Kaktikar's modest green day is still alive, but with only one trade logged. It's the kind of position that has to stay clean.
Jayaveer Madali is defending a massive tournament lead, and that fresh NVDA pop at 11:17 a.m. New York keeps the first-place gap feeling very secure.
Groaning is doing the same job for Jayaveer Madali, because when one name keeps printing like this, the leader can afford to wait while everyone else panics.
Chidambara Raja is taking damage again, and that AMD slide at 11:17 a.m. New York adds more pressure to a second-place seat that already looks shaky.
The real concern is the pace of that AMD drawdown, because repeated hits like this can turn a podium hold into a full-blown defense mission.
Gasping Sanil Suli is still under heavy strain from AMD, and after all those hits, every new trade has to be about survival more than recovery.
Jayaveer Madali keeps the top seat locked, and his tournament lead is now backed by two heavy hitters instead of one fragile swing.
NVDA just added another burst for Jayaveer Madali at 11:18 a.m. New York, and that kind of follow-through makes the front runner harder to catch.
Gasping, MMA is still pumping for Javier Madali, and when one trader can stack NVDA with MMM, the chase board starts feeling a little desperate.
Sunil Sulia's AMD position just got hit again at 11:18 a.m. New York, so that slide is now a real leaderboard anchor instead of a minor dent.
Manish Kapoor still hasn't put a trade in today, and with under 5 hours left, that no action risk is now a tournament problem, not a footnote.
Jayaveer Madali still owns the top spot, and that updated tournament number keeps the whole chase pack staring uphill at his cushion.
NVDA is still fueling Jayaveer Madali, and that fresh burst at 10:18 a.m. New York is exactly how a leader protects the board.
Gasping, Sanael Solia's AMD slide at 11:19 a.m. New York just widened the hole hard, and that kind of pressure can force a defensive read on every remaining trade.
Chidambara Raja sits second on tournament PNL, but the live session is still negative, so he has to balance leaderboard defense with stopping the bleed today.
Lakhan Gosali is still the main mover beneath the podium, and that steady daily gain keeps a real climb toward the medal spots alive.
Jayaveer Madali's lead is still the tower to beat, and his tournament cushion keeps the entire board playing catch-up.
MM just handed Javier Madali another surge at 11:10 a.m. New York, and that kind of tape keeps first place feeling untouchable.
Sanil Sulia is getting absolutely
Groaning.
hammered on AMD,
That AMD
with the latest hit
drawdown
at
is the kind of
11:20 a.m. New
damage that
York turning
forces
a rough
Sunil
session
Sulia
into
to
pure
trade
pressure.
defensively, because every fresh slide makes the leaderboard
Chidambara
gap harder to
Raja
bridge.
remains second on tournament PNL, but the live
Beat
session
Bovi
is still
25,
negative, so
and
the
then
chase
holding
stays
third
about
with a
protecting
tiny
rank
green session.
rather than
And
launching
that
a
matters
comeback.
because the podium pack is close enough for one clean push
Gasping
to
Lakongur
change
Sali is still
everything.
lurking in fourth with a positive day, and that quiet grind keeps real pressure on the names above him.
Jayaveer Madali is extending his tournament lead again, and that Cisco lift at 11:21 a.m. New York shows he is still adding without exposing the top spot.
Groaning, Chidambara Raja is still holding second on tournament PNL, but the live red session means every new push from the leader makes that chase uglier.
Sunil Salia cannot get out of the AMD hole, and that repeated downside is turning his session into pure damage control.
BH 1225 and is only a few ticks above flat today, so his small cushion matters because he is protecting third place rather than gambling for a bigger swing.
Yash Pawar still has plenty of time to enter, but the clock is now part of the story because he has to trade before close to avoid trouble.
Jayaveer Madali is still sitting on top of the grand leaderboard, and that tournament cushion matters more now that the chasers are not closing fast.
At 11:22 a.m. New York, Jayaveer Madali got a clean lift from NVDA, and that kind of fuel keeps first place feeling locked in.
Sunil Sulia is getting absolutely buried on AMD, and the damage there keeps the bottom of the board under real pressure.
Chidambara Raja is still holding second overall, but that negative session means the leaderboard chase is becoming a defense job, not an attack.
Gasping Kaktikar is trying to stabilize that session, but with a negative day on the board, he needs the next move to shrink the gap fast.
Jayaveer Madali keeps the top spot locked, and that fresh NVDA surge at 11:23 a.m. New York is widening the tournament cushion instead of just adding noise.
Sunil Salia's AMD position is still getting slammed, and that fresh drop at 11:23 a.m. New York deepens the hole instead of letting him reset.
Groaning, AMD has turned into a repeat tax on Sunil Sulia, and at this point, every bounce just buys him a little more suffering on the tape.
UBRF 25 and sits third on tournament net PNL today, but with only a tiny live gain today, the podium is more about defense than a breakout charge.
5 there clear. Fowler still hasn't opened his day, and with more than 4 hours left, the real risk is falling into the no-trade trap before close.
Jayaveer Madali is still sitting on the top seed, and the real story is that his tournament cushion keeps thickening while the chasers trail far behind.
NVDA is the engine for Jayaveer Madali right now, and those back-to-back surges are making first place look increasingly locked in.
Gasping. And now Lin is adding more support for Jayaveer Madali, so even without fresh drama, the scoreboard is still compounding in his favor.
Chidambara Raja holds second on tournament equity, but that negative live session keeps the leader pressure on and leaves no room to coast.
Gasping Dhawan 25 in is only scratching out a small green day, but in a race this tight, even a tiny push matters for protecting third place.
Yash Power still hasn't opened the session, and with the clock draining, that no trade risk is becoming the bigger problem than the scoreboard itself.
Jayaveer Madali still owns the top spot, and the real story is that his tournament cushion is widening while the clock keeps chewing through the afternoon.
NVDA is doing the heavy lifting for Jayaveer Madali, and that latest push is exactly how a leader turns pressure into separation at the top.
Groaning, Sesko, and Lin are not just padding the score for Jayaveer Madali. They're showing this book can keep stacking without needing one miracle trade.
Chidambara Raja stays second overall, but that negative intraday line means he has to defend rank with much less comfort than the leaderboard says on paper.
Abhijit Kaktikar has finally got some air under the session, and that little green turn is valuable because it keeps him from getting buried lower on the board.
Yash Pawar still hasn't opened his day, and with more than 4 hours left, that no trade clock is the one danger line nobody can ignore.
Javier Madali is still the benchmark at 11:26 a.m. New York, and his NVDA push just widened the tournament cushion instead of forcing defense.
Chidambara Raja is still sitting second, but the live session red means he cannot afford one more stumble if he wants to close the gap.
Gasping, Sunny Salia's AMD spiral just got nastier at 11:26 a.m. New York, and that drawdown is turning every new print into survival mode.
AMD has now driven Sunil Solia well deeper into the hole, and with the rank already 8th, this is less about comeback and more about damage control.
Yash Pawar still hasn't started trading today, and with under 5 hours left, that open slot is becoming its own leaderboard risk.
Javier 116 is still the benchmark at rank 1, while Chicha stays in chase mode at rank 2, and that gap is defining the whole prize picture right now.
The momentum split is sharp. Javier 116 is improving, Chitta is slipping, and that weekly delta says the leader is adding cushion, while the chaser is giving it back.
Compare the posture. Javier 116 has no realized drag and 7 stocks traded, while Chia is carrying heavy realized damage and only 2 stocks in play.
Chitta's downside is coming from a much wider swing, with a 550 peak and a minus 963.2 trough by 10:42 a.m. ET, which explains why rank 2 feels so exposed. Javier Madali is still controlling the top spot, and that latest NVDA surge at 11:28 a.m. New York keeps his cushion polished instead of exposed.
Sunil Sulia's AMD trade is getting uglier by the minute, and that kind of slide makes every future decision heavier, not lighter.
Gasping, AMD has now hit Sunil Sulia again at 11:28 a.m. New York, and the drawdown is turning from damage into a full leaderboard problem.
Chidambara Raja is holding second on tournament PNL, but the negative session mark says he's defending rank rather than pressuring first.
Yash Power still hasn't opened a trade today, and with 4.5 hours left, that clock is now part of his risk profile.
Javier Madali keeps the throne because the NVDA run is still adding cushion, and at 11:28 a.m. New York, that kind of fire makes the gap behind him feel wider.
Sunil Salia's AMD trade is taking another hit at 11:29 a.m. New York, and that fresh drop pushes the session deeper into damage control.
AMD has been a grinder for Sunil Sulia all morning, and the repeated slide at 11:29 a.m. New York is exactly how a leaderboard spot starts slipping away.
Gasping, Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament points, but that ugly live session means every fresh mistake gives the chasers a little more hope.
Yash Pawar still hasn't printed a trade today, so the scoreboard pressure is less about PNL and more about getting something valid on the board before the clock runs down.
Javier Madali is still the name on top, and with NVDA pushing his cushion higher, the first place hold looks much harder to crack now.
NVDA has been the rocket fuel for Javier Madali, and that kind of sustained lift at 11:28 a.m. New York is exactly how a leader locks the door.
Gasping, Sunil Salia's AMD slide just got uglier at 11:30 a.m. New York, and when a position keeps adding damage this fast, the whole session turns into damage control.
W of 25 and is still defending third with only a small day gain, so the leaderboard pressure is coming more from holding rank than chasing upside.
Yash Pawar still hasn't printed a trade today, and with 4.5 hours left, that no trade risk is becoming the real story at the bottom of the board.
Javier Madali is still the name at the top, and the real story is protection. NVDA keeps adding cushion to a lead that already had room.
At 11:28 a.m. New York, that NVDA surge handed Javier Madali another clean lift, and now the chasers need something dramatic just to keep contact.
Sunil Solia's AMD slide is the ugliest tape on the board, and it keeps turning a bad session into a leaderboard problem.
DHU of 25 and stays in the podium fight with a small green day, and that matters, because he is still close enough to pounce if the frontrunners wobble.
Yash Pawar still hasn't opened his day, so the pressure now is procedural. He needs a valid trade before the clock gets ugly.
Javier Madali is still setting the pace at the top, and his NVDA run keeps the first-place cushion feeling very hard to attack right now.
NVDA just kept pouring gasoline on Javier Madali at 10:28 a.m. New York, and that kind of momentum is how a leader turns the board into a fortress.
Sunil Asulia's AMD trade has been a disaster loop, and the repeated hits are turning this session into a survival problem instead of a comeback story.
Gasping Tudvambra Raja is still holding second overall, but that negative live session means every fresh mistake gives the chasers more room to breathe.
DHUV 25 and its tiny green day matters, because rank 3 is still within striking distance, and staying controlled is the better move than chasing fireworks.
Yash Pawar still has no trade today, and with more than 4 hours left, the real pressure is simply getting one valid print before the clock runs out.
Javier Madali is still dictating this table at 11:33 a.m. New York, and the real story is the runway. His tournament lead stays protected by fresh gains.
Sunil Asulia's AMD position is still getting chewed up at 11:33 a.m. New York, and the damage keeps widening instead of stabilizing.
Gasping, that AMD slide is not just a bad tick anymore for Sunil Sulia at 11:32 a.m. New York. It's turning into sustained leaderboard pressure.
NVDA is still doing the heavy lifting for Javier Madali at 11:28 a.m. New York, and that matters because it keeps the cushion broad without forcing him into extra risk.
Faz 25 and is hanging on to third with only a slim live gain, which is fine for now, but it leaves almost no room if the tape snaps back.
Javier 116 is still first at 11:35 a.m. ET, and that 4,125.43 tournament stack is mostly unrealized, so the crown is protected but not yet locked.
Gasping Chira's session is the opposite picture, with minus 955.33 on the day and 5,045 shares traded, which says aggression is still coming even under pressure.
The leaderboard contrast is wild. Javier 116 is above 4,000. Cheetah is underwater, and Booth 25 and this barely green, so the podium pressure is completely different for each.
Behind the leader, Chira has the bigger load and Bove 25 and has the cleaner finish, so second place is the real fight as the clock keeps rolling.
Javier Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and 18th 5K tournament PNL keeps first place locked down while the rest chase air.
Leiden just added another surge for Javier Madali at 11:33 a.m. New York, and that kind of lift is exactly how a leader keeps the crown comfortable.
Sunil Sulia's AMD position has turned into the pressure point of the board, because that drawdown is still widening while everyone else is trying to stabilize.
Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament net PNL, but today's negative session means he has to defend rank without giving the chasers an opening.
Manish Kapoor still hasn't printed a trade today, so the clock is becoming the real opponent before the session deadline hits.
Jayaveer Madali is still bossing the leaderboard, and LN plus NVDA keep feeding that top spot while the chasers are forced to watch the gap.
That NVDA burst is exactly the kind of fuel that protects a first place run, and Jayaveer Madali is turning every push into extra breathing room.
Gasping Chidambara Raja is sitting second on tournament PNL, but the red day is telling a different story, so every fresh slip makes that silver medal feel exposed.
BH Wolf 25 and stays in the podium mix with a tiny green session, which matters because third place is still defensible if the leaders keep oscillating.
Yash, Pawar still has time, but he has not printed a trade today yet, and that clock keeps turning this into a must-activate session before close.
Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and his tournament cushion looks sturdy enough to make everyone else chase the crown, not just the day.
Lion just added more fuel for Jayaveer Madali at 11:33 a.m. New York, and that kind of lift keeps first place from ever feeling vulnerable.
Dasming Dalsulia's AMD position is getting buried again, and the latest hit at 11:37 a.m. New York turned survival into a real problem, not a bad patch.
Chidambara Raja stays second on tournament PNL, but that live red day means the chasers are waiting for one more slip before they really press.
Yash Pawar still has time to print a trade before close, but every minute he waits makes that no trade risk louder on the leaderboard.
Jayaveer Madali still controls the top spot, and his 18.5K tournament cushion means the chasers need more than one lucky swing to matter now.
Groaning Sunil Sulia's AMD damage is getting ugly, with the session bleeding hard enough to threaten any hope of stabilizing that rank.
Gasping Chidambara Raja is still hanging on to second, but the red day total means every fresh miss now invites a real leaderboard squeeze.
BHUV 25 and is only slightly positive today, but that small gain still matters because it protects third place from any sudden slip behind.
Wobble.
Manish Kapoor still hasn't printed a trade today, and with the close approaching, that missing action is becoming the real risk on his card.
Jayaveer Madali is still defending first, and the fresh NVDA lift at 10:28 a.m. New York keeps his tournament cushion looking hard to crack.
Groaning Chidambara Raja sits second by rank, but that negative live day means he's protecting the podium with less breathing room than the standings suggest.
Sunmilo Solia's AMD collapse at 11:39 a.m. New York is the loudest risk on the board, and it keeps dragging the bottom of the leaderboard further away.
BHUV 25 and is still in third, and the tiny green session keeps that position intact because nobody beneath him is producing a clean challenge yet.
Gas Power still hasn't opened a trade today, and with 4 hours plus left, that clock is turning from background noise into real disqualification pressure.
Jayaveer Madali is still running the table, and his limb pop at 11:33 a.m. New York shows the lead is being defended with fresh cushion.
NVDA added another lift for Jayaveer Madali at 11:28 and 11:26 a.m. New York, which matters because
the intraday
stacking
red on
winners
his
keeps
book
the
leaves him
tournament gap
protecting rank
expensive
instead
to
of hunting
chase.
first.
Gasset Lone Solia's AMD slide at 11:40 a.m. New York just turned into a full session emergency,
Abhijit
and that kind of
Kaktikar is
pressure
the
can wipe
quieter
out
mover
any chance
here.
of a late
His
climb.
total PNL is positive today,
BUV 25
but the scale is still small
keeps
enough
third
that
place
one bad
alive,
swing can flip
and
the
that
total
tiny green
fast.
total is enough to keep the
Yash
podium
Pawar
pressure
still hasn't opened his
squarely
day,
on the chasers
and with 4
behind him.
hours left, he needs a valid trade just to stay in the tournament conversation.
Javier 116 is still number one. And at 11:42 a.m. ET, his lead is built on quiet control, not frantic size.
That gap matters because Javier 116 is leaning on unrealized strength, while Putti is fighting both realized damage and a much heavier drawdown.
Putti is still active, but that 3-0-4-0 share battle across 6 stocks has turned into pressure, not protection, and the leaderboard feels it.
Javier 116's 7-stock footprint stays lighter than Putti's aggression, so the leader is defending rank with efficiency instead of brute force. Javier Madali keeps the summit, and that tournament cushion is now backed by Linner and NVDA instead of one lucky spike.
Lynn just handed Javier Madali a fresh lift, and that matters because every extra green print makes first place harder for the chasers to touch.
Groaning. Sunil Sulia's AMD situation just got uglier again, and this kind of slide turns the 8th place fight into pure damage control.
BHUV25N stays third with only a modest intraday gain, so the real story is protection rather than aggression right now.
Abhijit Kaktakar is finally getting breathing room from NFLX, and that small green pocket keeps him safely ahead of the lower pack scramble.
Javier Madali still controls first place, and the real story is that his tournament cushion keeps expanding while the field below fights for survival.
Lion just handed Javier Madali a fresh burst at 11:33 a.m. New York, and that extra firepower makes the top spot look even harder to crack.
Gasping kept sliding again at 11:42 a.m. New York, so Sunil Sulia is not just losing ground, he's getting dragged further from the leaderboard fight.
Chidambara Raja is still holding second overall by tournament score, but today's red session keeps narrowing the comfort zone behind him.
Yash Pawar still hasn't opened a trade today, and with 4 hours left, that clock is now part of the pressure.
Javier Madali still owns first, and at 11:44 a.m. New York his tournament lead is being fortified by NVDA again, so the chase is getting steeper.
Groaning Chidambara Raja sits second on the board, but that red session is doing the opposite of calm at 11:44 a.m. New York, so the margin for error keeps shrinking.
Lakhan Gorsali keeps fourth with a modest live gain at 11:44 a.m. New York, and that steadiness is valuable because it keeps the podium door cracked open.
Sunil Sulia just got hit hard on AMD at 11:44 a.m. New York, and that slide turns an already rough tournament into a full-on damage control session.
Javier Madali is still the tower at the top, and that 18.5K tournament cushion keeps first place looking very hard to shake.
And now NVDA is doing the heavy lifting again, with fresh tournament gains that keep Javier Madali on a runaway pace.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still holding second on the board, but today's session is dragging the display ugly enough to keep the chasers interested.
BHUVAV25N stays quietly in third, and with only a tiny live edge, the real story is protecting rank rather than chasing fireworks.
Yash Pawar still hasn't printed a trade today, and with more than 4 hours left, that session start pressure is real.
Jayaveer Madali still owns the tournament lead, and that 5K stack keeps first place insulated while the chasers fight for daylight.
NVDA at 10:28 a.m. New York already padded Javier Madali, so this is not luck anymore. It is a leaderboard engine.
Gascony Salios AMD slide just deepened again at 11:46 a.m. New York, and that kind of drag turns every minute into a survival check.
Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament net PNL, but the live session is underwater, so protecting rank matters more than swinging for upside.
Yash Pawar still hasn't opened a trade today, and with just over 4 hours left, that clock is becoming real leaderboard risk.
Jayaveer Madali still owns the summit and 5K in tournament. PNL keeps the first place cushion intact as the chase pack runs out of room.
Groaning, Sunil Sulia's AMD damage just got worse again, and that kind of slide turns a bad day into a full survival mission.
Gasping, AMD has been hammering the same account all hour, and repeated hits like that make any comeback line look shaky fast.
Chidambara Raja is still second on the board, but the day's red print means rank protection matters more than headline position right now.
Like Sali is quietly locking down fourth, and that modest green session is exactly how you stay dangerous without overexposing the book.
Jayaveer Madali still controls first place, and that 5K tournament cushion is the number everyone else has to chase down now.
Lynn just added fuel for Jayaveer Madali at 10:33 a.m. New York, and that kind of surge keeps the leaderboard pressure squarely on the field.
Gasping, Sunil Salia's AMD hit keeps getting heavier, and the repeated drawdown is turning every new print into fresh leaderboard damage.
BHUV 25 and sits third with a narrow live gain, so the focus is now pure protection rather than expansion.
Gaspiwar still hasn't printed a trade today, so the clock is not about profit yet. It's about avoiding a no-trade disqualification.
Jayaveer 116 versus Putti is a pure top to bottom split. First place is sitting on 4,120.08, while eighth is buried at negative 2,592.1 at 11:50 a.m. ET.
Putti's risk profile is ugly right now, only negative 336.1 realized, but negative 2,256 unrealized, keeps the pressure live at 11:50 a.m. ET.
Putti's AMD lane is the problem child, with repeated hits around 3:29 p.m. UTC through 3:49 p.m. UTC, turning the session into a grind.
Jayaveer 116 is leading with unrealized strength, and that low activity posture means the tournament is being controlled more than chased at 11:50 a.m. ET. Jayaveer Madali still owns the top spot, and his line boost at 11:33 a.m. New York adds another layer of protection to that tournament lead.
Jayaveer Madali is not just holding first, he's widening the gap with a stock that's paying cleanly, while the chasers have to force risk.
Gasping, hammering Sankila Salia on repeat, and the steady downside there keeps the pressure locked on the bottom of the board.
Chidambara Raja is still second overall, but the day's red session means he has to defend rank with discipline, not hope.
Boov 25 and is sitting safely in third, but the gap above him is still serious, so he can't afford to coast with only a tiny session gain.
Javier Madali still controls the summit with 18 5K tournament PNL at 11:51 a.m. New York, and that kind of cushion makes every chaser work twice as hard.
Lauren just added fresh lift for Javier Madali at 11:33 a.m. New York, and that extra push is exactly how leaders turn a big lead into a lock title run.
BH of 25 ends third place is still the cleanest chase on the board because the session is positive and the gap to the top two is at least not widening today.
Yash Pawar still hasn't printed a trade today, so the real storyline is simple. He needs action before the clock tightens and the disqualification risk gets louder.
Lakangu Sali's sitting fourth, while Capo Man is seventh, and that rank gap matters because the leader is still protecting a cleaner path into the payout spots.
The weekly delta tells the sharper story. Lakangosali is up 210.95, while Kapoman is down 102.5 at 11:53 a.m. ET, and that swing shapes the whole matchup.
Capo Mormon is carrying minus 70.5 unrealized at 11:53 a.m. ET, and that means every fresh push has to fight back against the book instead of building room.
Lakangosali's peak of 358.4 versus Kaporman's 206.5 shows who has actually converted upside today, while the other side is still trying to recover from a deeper trough. Javier Madali still owns the top spot, and that Lin pop at 11:33 a.m. only thickens the cushion between him and the pack.
Javier Madali is getting paid online right now, and when the leader adds to the lead this late, everybody else feels the squeeze.
Gasping AMD keeps hammering Sanil Solia at 11:53 a.m. New York, and that's not just a red print, it's leaderboard drag with no clean exit showing yet.
Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament PNL, but the live day is negative, so the chase from behind stays very real if the drawdown worsens.
Abjit Kaktikar is the cleanest mover outside the podium, and the NFLX help gives him a shot to keep climbing instead of just surviving the session.
Javier Madali still owns the top spot on tournament net PNL today, and that cushion matters because the chasers need a real breakout to threaten first place.
Gasping AMD just keeps punching harder against Sunil Solia, so every minute of holding turns the drawdown into a bigger leaderboard problem.
Chidambar Raja is still second on the cumulative board, but the negative day print means the cushion is shrinking instead of growing.
Each UV25 AIN stays third with a tiny live gain, which is exactly the kind of quiet protection that keeps rank pressure on the pack behind.
Gasping pay and session is only slightly offside, so a clean next move could stop that lower ranked drift before it gets messy.
Yash Poet still needs a first trade before the clock gets ugly, and that no action risk is now part of the leaderboard story.
Javier Madali just extended the tournament lead again, and that NVDA push at 11:55 a.m. New York keeps the first place cushion looking very real.
Sunil Sulia's AMD is still the cautionary tale here, because that latest drop at 11:54 a.m. New York deepens an already nasty hole.
Gasping, that AMD damage is not a one-tick problem for Sunil Sulia. It's repeated pressure through 11:54 a.m. New York, and the session risk keeps stacking.
Groaning 0.5 on's tiny green day still matters, because rank 3 is close enough that one bad swing can hand the pack a free pass.
Yash Pawar still hasn't opened a trade today, so the clock is the real opponent now, with just over 4 hours left before close.
Javier Madali still owns first, and his NVDA surge at 10:55 a.m. New York just adds more insulation between him and the rest of the field.
That NVDA pop is fortress building for Javier Madali because every fresh lift makes the chase for the top prize look more and more expensive.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still second on the board, but that live red session keeps him on defense instead of making a real push at Jayaveer Madali.
The AMD tape has been punishing Sunil Sulia for several straight updates, so this is less a dip and more a sustained breakdown in trading control.
Grown 25 and is still hanging near the podium with a tiny green session, and that matters because quiet consistency can steal rank while the bigger swings implode.
Jayaveer Madali is still the tournament anchor, and his NVDA ad from 11:55 a.m. New York just widened the cushion over the field.
That NVDA push is fortress work for Jayaveer Madali. Every fresh upside move makes first place harder to attack and easier to defend.
Gasping Zalios AMD hit at 11:57 a.m. New York just took another huge bite out of the session, and that kind of drawdown turns damage control into the whole game.
BH over 25. AN is still quietly positive in third, and that steady profile matters because it keeps the podium conversation alive without forcing reckless risk.
Yash Pawar still hasn't opened his day, and with over 4 hours left, the real pressure is simply getting a valid trade on the board.
Jayaveer Madali is still setting the pace at the top, and that 18.5K tournament cushion means the field has to land a clean punch just to make it interesting.
Groaning, Chidambara Araja is still second on tournament score, but today's red session keeps him defending instead of threatening the leader.
Gasping Sunil Sulia's AMD slide at 11:58 a.m. New York is the kind of damage that forces every next decision into rescue mode, not leaderboard hunting.
BHUV 25's tiny green day is more important than it looks, because sitting third with a positive cushion keeps real pressure on the chasers.
Yash Pawar still hasn't opened his session, and with 4 hours left, that missing first trade is the real leaderboard risk hanging over him.
Jayaveer Madali is still sitting on the tournament throne, and his NVDA strength is the kind of cushion that forces everyone else to trade for second place.
Gasping Sunil Sulia's AMD collapse is the loudest risk on the board, and at 11:59 a.m. New York, that kind of slide turns recovery into pure survival mode.
Cronin Tambara Raja stays second on tournament score, but that red live session means he is protecting rank instead of pressuring the leader.
Kiapuev 25 and remains the quiet third-place threat, and that tiny green session matters because it keeps podium pressure alive without forcing reckless size.
High Habijit Kaktikar's small positive session is useful because a controlled winner keeps him away from the ugly middle where one bad trade can erase the day.
Jayaveer Madali still has the tournament crown locked, and NVDA keeps acting like the engine that makes second place feel unreachable for the pack.
That NVDA surge at 11:55 a.m. New York just added serious armor to Jayaveer Madali's lead, and the chasers now need a miracle instead of a routine catch-up.
Gasping, AMD just snapped from minus 336.1 to minus 2,152.6 by 12 p.m. New York, and that kind of slide can wipe out any hope of a clean recovery fast.
Chidambara Raja is still holding second on tournament score, but that red live session means he is defending rank rather than threatening Jayaveer Madali.
Yash Pawar still has not opened the session, so the scoreboard pressure is shifting from performance to simply getting a valid trade in before the close.
Javier Madali still owns the summit on tournament net PNL to date, and that fresh NVDA strength at 11:55 a.m. New York keeps his first-place cushion looking structurally intact.
Groaning Sunil Sulia's AMD damage just deepened again at 12:01 p.m. New York, and that kind of repeated hit turns a bad session into a pure survival drill.
Gasping, AMD has now stacked loss after loss for Sunil Salia, so this is no longer a normal wobble. It is the kind of slide that can wreck any comeback plan.
Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament net PNL to date, but with today's live session underwater, he is defending rank rather than making a real run at Javier Madali.
Yash Pawar still has not printed a trade today.
And with under 4 hours left, the real problem is not PNL, it is avoiding a no-trade penalty.
Javier Madali is still setting the pace on the grand leaderboard, and the latest NVDA lift at 11:55 a.m. New York keeps first place feeling very protected.
Chidambara Raja is still ranked second overall, but the session drawdown makes that spot feel a lot less comfortable than the tournament total suggests.
And now Sunil Sule's AMD problem is getting hammered again at 12:02 p.m. New York, which means the bottom of the board keeps absorbing fresh damage instead of finding a floor.
The pattern matters here. Sunil Sulia's AMD losses have been compounding for the entire window, so every fresh hit increases pressure on rank preservation, not just recovery math.
Hambajit Kaktikar is near the middle of the board
Yash
with a
Pawar
modest
still
stake,
hasn't
and
opened a
that means
trade
one
today,
clean
so the
run
clock
could
is
matter
working
more than
against him
chasing
now,
fireworks from
and
here.
that daily trade rule is a real threat if he waits much longer.
Javier Madali is still perched on top with a towering tournament cushion, and that latest NVDA lift at 11:55 a.m. New York only makes the chase look more distant.
Groaning, Chidambara Raja is still second overall, but the live red on his session means he has to defend rank instead of pressing the leader.
Boop 25 Anal is holding third with a tiny daily gain, and that matters because it keeps him in striking distance while the heavy swings hit above him.
Abhijit Kaktikar's modest green day is enough to stay relevant, but it is not yet the kind of pace that forces anyone above him to react.
Yash Pawar still hasn't opened a trade today, so the clock is now part of the strategy, and the no-trade risk is getting louder.
Javier Madali still owns the summit, and with a tournament cushion over 18,500, the chase pack needs a mistake that simply is not appearing.
And the latest NVDA burst at 11:55 a.m. New York just added fresh firepower, so Javier Madali keeps turning first place into a moving target.
AMD has now carved Sunil Sulia down to a brutal intraday hole, and every fresh downtick at 12:04 p.m. New York makes the comeback route steeper.
Chidambara Raja sits second overall, but the live tape is still negative, so he is defending rank rather than threatening the leader.
Hove 25. Ain is still clinging to third, and that tiny green session matters because it keeps the podium pressure on, while the bigger names wobble around him.
Yash Pawar still has not printed a trade today, and with under 4 hours left, the urgency is no longer about profit. It is about clearing the daily minimum.
Javier Madali is still sitting on a monster tournament cushion, and NVDA at 11:55 a.m. New York just helped reinforce first place instead of merely preserving it.
Groaning. Sunil Sulia's AMD story is still the ugly tape on this board because the slide at 12:05 p.m. New York deepens the session hole instead of giving any real bounce.
Hove 25 Anand's tiny live gain matters because third place is less about flash right now and more about staying ahead of the pack with clean low-noise execution.
Lakangur Sali is keeping a modest green session alive, and that steady profile is exactly how a mid-table trader sneaks pressure onto the names above without overextending.
Javier Madali still sits on top of the mountain, and his tournament cushion around 18.5K keeps first place firmly in his control, with time left to defend it.
Groaning, Sunil Cilia's AMD slide keeps getting uglier, and the latest hit at 11:06 a.m. New York shows no sign of that damage slowing down.
Kashtimbara Raja is still hanging on to second overall, but that red intraday read makes every new mistake feel expensive, with the podium still within reach.
Yash Pawar still hasn't opened the day, and with under 4 hours left, that missing trade is becoming a real procedural problem instead of a footnote.
Lakin Ghasali is keeping the session positive, and that steady gain matters because it protects a mid-table climb while the leaders keep trading punches above.
Javier Madali is still sitting on the summit, and that 18.5K tournament cushion means the whole board has to trade uphill just to threaten first.
NVDA just gave Javier Madali another clean jolt at 11:55 a.m. New York, and that kind of upside keeps his lead looking less like a lead and more like a wall.
Wedon 25 and is holding third with a tiny green day, and that matters because even a modest gain can protect position when the leaders are swinging hard above him.
Lakan Ghasali is quietly stocking a positive session, and that steady tape is exactly the kind of work that can keep a mid-pack runner dangerous late.
Javier Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and his 18.5K tournament cushion means every late push below him is really a race for second place.
Groaning, Chidambara Raja is taking a pounding on AMD again, and that repeated damage is exactly how a comfortable second place turns into a survival job.
Biachuvov 25 and X tiny green session matters more than it looks, because a steady grind at third keeps pressure on the chasers without forcing a reckless swing.
Lakan Ghasali is still printing a clean gain, and that matters because the mid-table climb stays alive while the heavyweights trade blows above him.
Javier Madali is still on top of the grand leaderboard, and that NVDA-fueled cushion means first place remains his to lose, not his to chase.
Groaning, Chidambara Raja is getting buried by AMD again, and after that 12:09 p.m. New York hit, his intraday damage looks more like a defense job than a comeback setup.
BHUV25 and is quietly holding third with a tiny live gain, which matters because this is pure rank protection, while the top two absorb the real volatility.
Sunil Cilia's AMD position is still the cautionary tale of the day, and that kind of drawdown turns every later trade into a survival decision.
Javier Madali still sits on top with a massive tournament cushion, and that fresh NVDA lift keeps first place looking more like a locked gate than a race.
Chidambara Raja is getting dragged by the AMD slide again, and that kind of repeated downside makes second place feel a lot less comfortable than the rank suggests.
Gasping Sunil Cilia's AMD damage is still snowballing, and this latest downdraft at 12:10 p.m. New York keeps the basement fight from finding any kind of floor.
PHUV's 25 and N's tiny green session matters because it keeps third place alive without taking reckless risk, which is exactly how you defend a leaderboard spot in this field.
Yash Pawar still needs to get a trade on the books before close, so the clock is the real opponent now, not the leaderboard gap.
Manish Kapoor is still fighting from the wrong side of the tape, and without a clean reversal soon, that negative tournament picture is going to stay heavy.
Javier Madley is still sitting on the tournament throne, and that NVDA lift at 11:55 a.m. New York keeps first place looking expensive to chase.
That NVDA burst at 11:55 a.m. New York is more than a green print. It's the kind of push that lets Javier Madali stay patient while everyone else is forced into scramble mode.
Gasping Somiel Sulia is getting buried by the same AMD slide at 12 p.m. New York, and that repeated pressure turns the bottom of the board into a survival story, not a comeback story.
Lekangasali is doing the disciplined thing in fourth, because a modest green session keeps him relevant without lighting up the risk meter.
Yash Power still has time to get a valid trade on the board, and with more than 3 hours left, the only real danger is showing up to the end without action.
Javier Madali still owns first place, and that NVDA lift at 11:55 a.m. New York keeps his tournament cushion looking like a locked vault, not a soft lead.
Sunil Sulia is getting buried by AMD again, and this kind of repeated slide turns the session into pure damage control instead of any real leaderboard chase.
Chidambara Raja is still under pressure overall, and with AMD hammering the field around him, second place starts looking more about survival than attack.
PO2V25N is quietly hanging on to third, and even a tiny green session matters here, because it keeps the podium door open while the chaos stays above him.
Yash Pawar still has time to get on the board, but with the close ticking down, one valid trade is the minimum just to stay in the tournament conversation.
Javier Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and with that tournament cushion intact, the rest of the board is forced into chase mode instead of attack mode.
Kakinvara Raja is still holding second on tournament PNL, but today's session loss means he cannot afford to let the gap and the mood both drift wider.
Gasping 235 in an Ink's tiny green day is doing real work right now because a small gain in this kind of leaderboard fight still helps defend third from a fast late squeeze.
Abhijit Kaktikar is barely above water, but the key is he has at least stayed constructive, which keeps him away from the ugly end of the table.
Manish Kapoor is still under pressure in seventh, so the only path back is a cleaner second act that stops the daily slide from defining his session.
Javier Madali is still defending first place, and that NVDA lift at 11:55 a.m. New York adds fresh insulation to an already serious tournament lead.
Groaning tried Hambaraja is sitting second on the board, but today's red session means he cannot afford to let that gap to the leader get any more comfortable.
Gasping 25 and's tiny green day is valuable right now, since a quiet gain in the middle of this chaos helps protect podium positioning without forcing extra risk.
Abhijit Kaktikar has a small positive session at 12:15 p.m. New York, and that matters because clean execution keeps him away from the lower board scramble.
Aye. Yash Pawar still needs to get a trade on the books before close, and with 3H45M left, the bigger problem is no longer score, it is simply staying eligible.
Javier 116 is still the benchmark at 12:16 p.m. ET, and the gap over Chidja and Boov 25 Ainge shows this is a leader versus chasers fight, not a close scrum.
John is carrying the heavier live burden, while BUVA 25 Ains 32 keeps third place protected at 12:16 p.m. ET. One trader is fighting damage control, the other is defending position.
Chidya has already traded 5,045 shares across two stocks, so the pressure here is not inactivity, it is the cost of staying engaged and still missing the turn.
The worst part for Chira is the mix. Almost all the damage is realized, so the late session rebound has to work harder just to change the scoreboard tone.
Jayavir 116 is still miles ahead in first, while Kaporman sits seventh, so this matchup is really leader versus survival mode as the clock keeps ticking.
That gap is not just rank, it's momentum too. Javier 116 added 492.57, while Kapor Man slipped 174 on the same stretch, and the leaderboard pressure is one-sided.
Kaporman has only one stock in play and 200 shares traded, so the issue is not variety, it's that the single name bet has to stop the slide quickly. Jayavir Madali is still defending the tournament summit, and with that NVDA lift already in the books, the lead keeps looking like a fortress rather than a target.
Groning Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament P&L, but the live red session means he's defending the podium instead of pressing Javier Madali.
Gasping BOF 25 and is barely positive on the day, so that third place hold is more about staying calm than swinging for a bigger scoreboard
Abhijit
jump.
Kaktikar's tiny red day is not fatal, but it does leave
Manish
very
Kapoor
little
still
room
hasn't
for
put in a
sloppy
trade today,
follow-through
and
if
with
he
under
wants
4
that
hours
ranking
left,
picture
that
to
missing
stay
action is
clean.
becoming a... Yash Power also has no trade on the board yet, so he's not just chasing points, he's racing the clock before that daily requirement turns ugly.
Jayavir Madali is turning every NVDA burst into runway, and with the chaser stuck behind him, the top seed looks increasingly expensive to catch.
Javier Madali still owns first place, and that 18 3K tournament cushion is the real story now, because nobody behind him is closing with enough force to make him panic.
Gasping Kajumara Raja is still second overall, but today's red session means he's defending rank the hard way, and every shaky trade makes that gap feel a lot less comfortable.
Grown. Poof 25 and is clinging to third with only a tiny daily edge, so this is less a victory lap and more a careful brace against one bad swing.
Gasping Kartikar is the one with the live green spark, but it's only a narrow cushion, so the next move decides whether that session finally gets...
Yash Pawar still hasn't opened a trade today, and with 3 hours 40 minutes left, that clock is now part of his risk profile rather than just background noise. Jayavir Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and that 18 3K tournament cushion means the chasers need something dramatic, not just steady progress.
Gasping Chodambara Raja is still second overall, but that red session means he's defending prize position rather than hunting the leader, and every slip matters now.
Crowan. Poof 25 and is sitting third with only a tiny live gain today, so he's guarding the podium instead of firing at second, which is exactly how cautious people survive this board.
Abhijit Kaktikar's day is slightly negative, but it's still early enough for one clean position and calm the leaderboard pressure.
Groaning, Manish Kapoor is still carrying a negative tournament total, so he's not just chasing money today, he's trying to stop the damage from defining the rest of his run.
Jayavir Madali is still anchoring first place, and his tournament cushion now looks built for protection rather than survival as the afternoon window keeps shrinking.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament P&L, but the red session means he's defending that podium instead of putting any real heat on the leader.
Gasping 25 and is barely positive today, so the real pressure is not the tiny gain itself, it's whether he can keep third place from turning into a passive hold.
Abhijit Kaktikar has a small live loss, but with only one trade on the day, this is still more about preserving his place than chasing upside.
Yash Pawar still has not opened a trade today, and with 3 hours and 38 minutes left, the clock is now part of his risk picture.
Jayavir 116 is still the benchmark at rank 1, while Kaporman sits 7th, and that gap says this matchup is really about protecting a lead versus trying to stop the slide.
But Jayaveer 116's weekly delta is still expanding at 12:23 p.m. ET. But Kapoorman's negative swing means he's defending against the scoreboard instead of pressuring it.
The real separator is unrealized strength for Jayaveer 116 at 12:23 p.m. ET, because that cushion keeps first place intact without needing a heavy realized battle.
With 7 stocks touched by Jayaveer 116 against just 1 for Kapoorman, the leaderboard story is breadth versus concentration, and breadth is winning hard right now.
Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and that fresh NVDA lift at 12:22 p.m. New York keeps his tournament cushion looking extremely hard to attack.
Groaning, Chidhambara Raja is still holding second by tournament score, but the ugly intraday mark says he's defending that spot with a lot less comfort than the rank implies.
Manish Kapoor remains in a rough 7th on tournament PNL, and today's red session means he has to stop the slide soon if he wants any leaderboard recovery.
Yash Pawar still hasn't printed a trade today, and with 3 hours and 36 minutes left, that missing session is becoming the real risk on his card.
Jayaveer Madali is still setting the pace at the top, and with his tournament number climbing on NVDA again, the chase pack needs more than a steady day to threaten first.
Groaning, Chidhambara Raja is still holding second on tournament PNL, but the live red session says he is defending rank instead of applying any pressure up the board.
Abhijit Koktikar has only a small setback on the day, and with 1 trade already on the books, the priority now is stabilizing the session before the table tightens further.
Manish Kapoor is stuck in the lower half of the table, and the negative session mark means he needs a clean bounce just to stop the slide from getting louder.
How BS25 and holds rank 3, but Lakin Sali at rank 4 is the hotter live scorer, while Anusha 25_12 sits under pressure at rank 5 with the deepest unrealized drag.
Brong 25 and is cleaner with 0 unrealized risk, but Anusha 25_12 is sitting on a negative open position, and that makes the comparison brutally simple. One is stable, one is exposed.
The swing story is wild here. B Hubby F25 Ames range ran from -474 to +32. Lakin Sali kept a much tighter band, and Anusha 25_12 still has the wildest volatility on the board.
Sighing Lakin Sali's whole day is concentrated into 1 stock and 1 clean realized result, and that makes the rank 4 hold look efficient instead of reckless.
Theoju V25 and then Lakin Sali are both green, but at 12:27 p.m. ET, the gap is massive, and rank 3 is still chasing a much hotter number on rank 4.
Lakin Sali's jump from a tiny trough to a strong session makes the chase look controlled, while Anusha 25_12's negative delta says the slide is still working against rank.
Lakin Sali's realized book is doing the heavy lifting now, and with no unrealized baggage at 12:27 p.m. ET, that rank 4 push looks much more durable.
Jayaveer Madali is still on top, and the fresh NVDA push at 12:27 p.m. New York keeps his tournament lead insulated instead of exposed.
Groaning. Chidambara Raja is still second overall, but that negative live session means he is defending the podium instead of putting real pressure on the leader.
Gasping 25 and Nace, holding third with only a tiny live gain. So the real fight now is preservation, not a sprint for second place.
Abhijit Koktikar's small daily loss is manageable, but it leaves him in that awkward middle zone where one good trade can matter a lot to his standing.
Groaning. Manish Kapoor is still digging out from the red, and with his tournament total below 0, every new decision has to be cleaner than the last one.
Jayavir Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and that NVDA stack keeps turning first place into a protected zone instead of a knife fight.
At 11:27 a.m. New York, NVDA just slapped another big lift on the Jayavir Madali session, and that kind of momentum makes the chase pack work twice as hard.
Gasping, beware 25 and is hanging on to third with only a tiny live gain. So this is a pure hold your ground moment rather than a push for second.
Abhijit Koktikar's modest green keeps him comfortable for now, and with only one trade today, he has room to stay patient instead of forcing a mistake.
Yash Pawar still hasn't printed a trade today, and with 3.5 hours left, the real pressure is simply getting a valid swing on the board before close.
Jayavir Madali is still sitting on the top rung, and the latest NVDA burst keeps widening the gap, which makes every chaser's path look more expensive by the minute.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still holding second on tournament points, but that live red session means he has to defend rank instead of chasing the throne.
Gasping poor of 25 and is barely positive today, so third place is being protected, not attacked, and that makes his next decision all about discipline instead of fireworks.
Abhijit Koktikar's small negative day is manageable for now, but it keeps him in that narrow zone where one clean trade matters more than a noisy comeback.
Yash Pawar still hasn't put a trade on the board today, and with 3.5 hours left, the real danger is procedural, not performance-based.
Jayavir Madali is still the anchor at the top, and that tournament cushion is now built on a clean stack of winners, not just a single lucky burst.
MM just added another huge push for Jayavir Madali at 12:30 p.m. New York, and that fresh lift makes first place look even more fortified.
Chidambara Raja is still holding second overall, but the live red session means he is defending rank instead of pressing the leader.
Bjuve 25 and N's small green day still matters in third, because staying controlled keeps the podium within reach if the frontrunners wobble.
Yash Pawar still hasn't opened a trade today, and with 3 hours plus left, the leaderboard risk is no longer performance, it's getting one valid print.
Jayavir Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and the updated tournament number shows first place defended by fresh gains, rather than just coasting on an old cushion.
And that comes right after NVDA kept stacking wins earlier for Jayavir Madali. So this isn't one lucky burst, it's a leader building layered protection.
Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament score, but that negative live day keeps every mistake expensive and hands the chasers a real opening if he slips again.
BHU of 25 and's tiny green session is still doing an important job, because third place stays live as long as he avoids forcing a bigger swing than the board needs.
Yash Pawar still hasn't opened a trade today, so the risk isn't performance yet. It's the clock with a valid print still required before close.
Jayavir Madali is still widening the class gap at the top, and the fresh NVDA and MMM gains mean first place looks defended by depth, not luck.
Groaning, NVDA has already stacked multiple wins for Javier Madali, so this is no one-tick story anymore. It's a multi-leg cushion sitting under the podium.
BHUV 25 and is barely green intraday, but that tiny cushion still matters because third place stays protected as long as he avoids a late volatility spike.
Gas Power still hasn't opened a trade today, and with 3H27M left, the real pressure is simply getting a valid print before the clock runs out.
Javier 116 is still dictating first place, while Koppelman sits seventh, and that gap means the chase is about rank defense, not just catching a number.
Momentum also tells the story. Javier 116 is improving into the afternoon, while Koppelman is slipping, which makes this less a race and more a widening separation.
Then MMM comes in at 12:30 p.m. ET and pushes Java 116 even higher. So first place is being defended by multiple winners instead of one lucky burst.
One last contrast. Javier 116 is still floating near the top with a broad 7-stock footprint, while Koppelman's narrower setup has him fighting from the back foot.
Javier Madali is still the standard at the top, and that 3K tournament stack means first place is defended by cushion, not by panic.
MM just dropped a huge lift for Javier Madali at 11:30 a.m. New York, and that kind of push makes the leader's runway look even wider.
Gasset, Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament at PNL, but today's red session means he has to protect silver while the gap below keeps watching.
BHUV 25 and N's tiny green day matters more than it looks, because third place stays insulated, as long as that session doesn't unravel into a chase problem.
Yash Pawar still hasn't printed a trade today, and with 3 hours 25 left, the real race for him is simply getting an entry on the board.
Manaj Kapoor is still under pressure from the day's red, and because he has traded already, every new decision now matters more than the scoreboard drama above him. Javier 116 is still the clean benchmark at the top, while Chida is fighting from second. That gap matters because the leader is defending, not scrambling.
Javier 116 session is built on unrealized strength, with 3,950.68 at 12:36 p.m. ET, and zero realized pressure, so the lead is still floating above the tape.
Hi, Javier 116 keeps getting paid by NVDA, and that run at 12:22 p.m. ET through 12:30 p.m. ET is the kind of support that turns a lead into a lock.
Khedra's real problem is not just the rank gap, it's the realized damage at 12:36 p.m. ET, because that leaves very little room for a clean comeback.
Javier Madali is still sitting on the summit, and that
3K tournament total makes first place feel more like a locked vault than a live race.
MMM just lit the fuse for Javier Madali at 12:30 p.m. New York, and that fresh surge widens the gap while the chasers are still reaching for the ladder.
Gas Pawar finally put SoXL to work at 12:36 p.m. New York, and that $337 push is the difference between a quiet session and a real leaderboard foothold.
Chidambara Jaga still owns second on tournament score, but the red session total says he is protecting silver with much less comfort than the rank suggests.
Abhijit Taktikar's day is still below zero, so that little breathing room on the board is useful, but it is not yet enough to make the pressure disappear.
Javier Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and with 18.5K in tournament profit, everyone else is really fighting for second and third now.
MMM just dropped a fresh $1,655 burst for Javier Madali at 12:30 p.m. New York, and that kind of late surge makes the lead look even more expensive to chase.
BHUF 25N's Tiny Green session is doing real work in third place because even a modest gain helps keep the podium from turning into a scramble.
Hybrid Kaktikar is still ahead on the day, but that green buffer is small enough that one bad turn can erase the breathing room fast.
Javier Madali is still running the board, and that 18 3K tournament cushion means the chasers are now fighting for scraps, not the crown.
MMM just slammed another huge green burst for Javier Madali at 11:30 a.m. New York, and that kind of acceleration turns first place into a fortress.
Groaning Chibambra Raja is still second on tournament score, but that red live day means he has to defend the podium with way less comfort than the rank suggests.
Yash Pawar finally has a live session print from SOXL, and that small green push at 11:36 a.m. New York matters because it clears the no-trade danger and opens the door to climb. Javier Madali's lead is still the mountain to climb, and with an 18 3K tournament edge at 12:39 p.m. New York, the race is really for everyone else to catch second.
And Javier Madali just got another monster push from MMM at 12:30 p.m. New York, which is exactly how a leader turns a cushion into a wall.
Gasping BF25NL holding third with a tiny green day, and that matters because it keeps the podium door cracked while the chasers still need a real breakout.
Yash Pawar finally printed a trade through SOXL at 12:36 p.m. New York, and that fresh green helps more than the PNL alone because it clears the no-trade pressure.
Abhijit Kaktikar is still underwater on the day, so every small recovery has to work twice as hard just to keep him from sliding out of the chase.
Javier Madali just extended the tournament lead again, and with NVDA adding fresh lift at 12:40 p.m. New York, the chasers are staring at a much taller wall.
Groaning, Javier Madali is doing it the hard way too, because that earlier MMM push at 12:30 p.m. New York added real depth instead of depending on one lucky swing.
Gaspin 25 and is still holding third, and that tiny green session matters more than it looks, because in a payout race this close, just staying upright keeps the door open.
Groaning, Yash Pawar finally has a trade on the board, and that SOXL win at 12:36 p.m. New York is less about size than survival, because opening the session clears the no-trade danger.
Javier Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and the bigger story is that his tournament cushion keeps widening while everyone else is fighting for podium scraps.
And VDA just lit up Javier Madali again at 12:40 p.m. New York, and that kind of repeated engine keeps first place feeling locked down.
Yash Pawar finally has a real green print from SOXL, and at 12:36 p.m. New York, that helps him defend fifth instead of just surviving it.
BHUF 25N is still carrying third place with only a modest live gain, and that matters because a small green day is enough when the leaderboard is this compressed.
Gasping Manish Kapoor is still underwater on the day, so the only thing that matters now is whether he can turn that session into a late rescue before time runs out.
Javier Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and that 18 2K tournament cushion means the whole field is really racing for a miracle now.
Mamanlin was the other monster for Javier Madali at 12:30 p.m. New York, and that kind of add-on win is exactly how a leader turns pressure into a wall.
Chidambara Raja keeps second by tournament score, but today's red session leaves him vulnerable if the chasers start stacking cleaner intraday gains.
Gasping to F25, and is still clinging to third, and that tiny green session matters because it keeps the podium door open without forcing reckless expansion.
Abhijit Kaktikar is still getting shoved by the red session, so every small recovery matters if he wants to keep from sliding into the lower pack scramble. Javier 116 still owns first, and the gap over Chida and Booth 25 and is massive enough that this matchup is really about who can chase without overextending.
Chida's risk posture is the dangerous one here, with most of the damage sitting realized, while Buhov 25 and is protecting a small gain instead of fighting a deeper draw.
The stock engine behind Javier 116 is obvious in the live tape. NVDA kept adding fuel at 12:40 p.m. ET and 12:44 p.m. ET, so first place looks reinforced.
Buhov 25 and is the quiet defender in third, and that tiny realized win at 12:44 p.m. ET matters because the podium fight rewards survival as much as speed. Javier Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and his tournament cushion near 18.2K means first place is becoming a fortress rather than a race.
Chidambara Raju is still second overall, but the red session at 12:45 p.m. New York means he is spending energy just to keep the podium in sight.
Gasping Bitwedif 25 and is barely green today, and that matters because a small live edge at 12:45 p.m. New York is exactly how you protect third from a late slide.
Groaning. Abhijit Kaktikar is sitting fifth with a small daily hole, so one clean push is still possible, but the margin for mistakes is disappearing fast.
Gaspawar just got a lift from SOXL at 12:36 p.m. New York, and that kind of spark matters because it keeps him from slipping deeper in the pack.
Javier Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and his 18.2K tournament stack means the field is really battling for second place, not first.
Groaning. That burst at 11:30 a.m. New York shows Javier Madali can still add size without slipping, and that makes the top spot look even more insulated.
BHUF 25 and stays quietly in third, and that tiny live gain is doing real work by keeping pressure on second without forcing reckless exposure.
Yash Pawar finally has some relief from SOXL at 12:36 p.m. New York, and that push matters because it turns a small live edge into a real session stabilizer.
Abhijit Kaktikar is still under pressure in fifth, so that negative live print keeps the margin for error thin, with the close getting closer. Javier Madali still sits on the tournament throne, and that 82K plus cushion means the entire field is now trading for place, not for the lead.
And here comes NVDA again for Javier Madali at 12:40 p.m. New York, adding nearly 1,000 more to the stack and making that first place hole look even heavier.
BHUV 25, and's third place position is quiet but useful. A tiny green session is enough to keep pressure on the names below, without inviting extra volatility.
Groaning. Abhijit Kaktikar's session is still under stress, and with only one trade showing, that small red print has very little room to hide before the close.
Manish Kapoor is still battling to stabilize the book, and a negative tournament total keeps him in the part of the leaderboard where every bounce matters.
Javier Madali still owns the summit, and the latest NVDA burst at 12:40 p.m. New York just reinforces how hard the field has to work to catch first place.
Kaidambara Raja is still second overall, but the red live session means he's defending the silver spot instead of making a real push at the leader.
Yash Power finally has the SOXL momentum showing up, and that matters because his session can still turn into a leaderboard climb instead of a no-trade headache.
The clean part is that Yash Pawar's SOXL run gives him breathing room on the day, which lowers pressure and keeps him in control of risk into the close.
BXUV 25 and then stays dangerous in third because even a small live gain can be enough to keep chasers from sniffing out an easy pass. Jayavir 116 still owns first, and the gap to Chidda and Boo 25 and is massive enough that this becomes a protection battle, not a sprint, with only 3 hours left in New York.
Chidda is carrying 5,045 shares across just 2 stocks, while Buhuff 25 and has a much cleaner realized profile, so this matchup is leverage versus efficiency.
Groaning. The top spot is still built on unrealized strength, and with a peak near 4,848, Jayavir 116 has already shown there is room for the lead to expand or snap back hard.
BHUV 25 on is the quiet spoiler here, because a small green total and 0 unrealized left means less drama, more control, and a cleaner defensive third.
Jayavir 116 is still the class of the field, and Chidde is the pressure point behind him. That rank 1 versus rank 2 split is exactly where the prize money gets decided.
Jayavir 116 is doing this with total restraint, 7 stocks and 0 realized P&L, while Chidda has 5,045 shares across 2 stocks, which is a much heavier risk posture.
Chidde is still active enough to matter, but the realized hold from 12:50 p.m. ET means every new decision has to fight back just to stabilize second place.
The cleanest takeaway is that Jayavir 116 is winning on efficiency, not just size, and that low activity profile makes him harder to chase as the clock keeps shrinking. Jayavir Madali still commands first place on tournament net P&L today, and that 18-2K cushion means the rest of the field is chasing a wall, not a doorway.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still defending second despite a red day, so the real battle is damage control while the leaders above keep the pressure on.
Gasping BP25 and is barely green in third, but that tiny cushion matters because it keeps the podium door cracked open without forcing reckless size.
The NVDA surge at 12:40 p.m. New York added almost $1,000 to Jayavir Madali, and that kind of late-session punch is exactly how a leader freezes the board.
Abhijit Kaktikar is trying to stabilize after a rough session, and with only a small tournament cushion left, every next trade matters more than the last.
Jayavir Madali still owns the summit, and that nearly 19,000 tournament cushion means the real fight is now about who can even reach him.
Yash Power just kept stacking SOXL into a real session winner, and that fresh burst at 12:50 p.m. New York is exactly how a rank 5 run gets dangerous.
Javier Madali's NVDA run keeps the leader insulated because the latest push at 12:40 p.m. New York added almost $1,000 without forcing him to chase size.
And the MMM pop earlier at 12:30 p.m. New York matters just as much, because it shows Jayavir Madali can diversify the cushion, instead of leaning on one trade alone.
Abhijit Kaktikar's session is still leaning negative, so the next trade has to be about damage control and not just hoping the board calms down.
Jayavir Madali still owns the mountain at the top, and that 18-2K tournament cushion means the chasers are fighting for silver unless they rip the lead open fast.
Raja is still second overall, but the red day print means he's defending rank instead of pressuring first, and that's a very different kind of afternoon.
Gas speed 25 and is the quiet podium threat right now because a tiny green session with fourth place positioning keeps real pressure on the names chasing from behind.
Abhijit Kaktikar's fresh red print is a warning sign, because one bad swing can turn a workable session into repair mode before the close.
Manish Kapoor is still in recovery mode, and with that negative tournament total hanging over him, every clean trade has to be about rebuilding credibility, not just catching a bounce. Jayavir 116 is still the benchmark at rank 1, while Capo Man sits 7th, and that gap changes the whole match into a leader defending, chaser chasing battle.
Groaning, Jayavir 116 has not needed size to hold first with 0 shares and 7 stocks traded, while Capelman has 200 shares on just one name and far less flexibility.
Cap Mormon's session is the opposite story. The 456.5 trough at 2:24 p.m. ET shows how much pressure one name can put on a low activity day.
Groaning, Jayavir 116 is carrying the cleaner risk profile because all 3,975.48 sits unrealized at 12:54 p.m. ET, and that keeps the leader ahead without exposing realized damage.
Jayavir Madali is still miles clear at the top, and that tournament cushion means the whole room is now fighting for the scraps behind first place.
And Jayavir Madali just got another jolt from MVDA, with that 9:53 a.m. New York burst adding real separation when the chasers needed a crack in the armor.
Gasping that same SOXL line is why Yash Pawar is suddenly dangerous again, especially after the ugly mid-session loss got swallowed by a fresh spike.
Chidambara Raja still sits second on cumulative score, but today's red print means he is defending rank instead of making a real run at the leader. Jayavir Madali still owns the summit on tournament net PNL to date, and that latest NVDA burst keeps his first place cushion structurally hard to chase in this final push.
Chidambara Raja is still second overall, but today's red session means he's spending the afternoon defending rank instead of making a real run at the leader.
Gas Pawar finally has a live breakout in SOXL, and that burst is huge because it turns his session from idle pressure into real leaderboard leverage.
The sequence on SOXL matters more than the raw number here. Yash Pawar has converted a shaky mid-session into a momentum trade that can actually protect his fifth place spot.
B by 25 and is still the quiet podium threat, and that tiny green session matters because it keeps third place alive without forcing reckless size.
Jayavir Madali still owns first place on tournament net PNL to date, and that fresh NVDA strength means the leader is protecting a huge cushion instead of just drifting into the close.
Groaning, Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament score, but that red live session means he is defending the podium instead of going after the top spot.
Yash Pawar's SOXL tape has gone from a steady climb to a real momentum sprint, so the pressure now shifts from entry timing to protecting gains before they slip away.
The HUV25 and is still hovering in third with a small green day, and that matters because quiet consistency is exactly what keeps the podium pressure on the chasers.
Manish Kapoor is still sitting on the wrong side of the day, and with the close getting closer, that leaderboard position is all about survival now.
Jayavir Madali is still the tournament benchmark, and that 18.3K cushion on net PNL means the field is racing for a miracle, not a simple catch-up.
Dayrade is still second on tournament score, but his live red session means he's defending that spot instead of throwing punches at the leader.
Gas Power is finally active, and the SOXL burst at 11:56 a.m. New York is exactly the kind of momentum that turns a late start into a real leaderboard move.
PHOV25 and N's Tiny Green Day still matters in third, because holding that podium spot with a controlled profile keeps pressure on the names above without inviting reckless size. Javier Madali still owns first place on Tournament Net PNL today, and that fresh NVDA lift at 12:53 p.m. New York keeps his lead looking structurally hard to attack.
Groaning. Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament score, but today's red session means he is spending energy protecting rank instead of hunting the leader.
Yash Power finally has a massive SOXL burst at 12:56 p.m. New York, and that live surge is the kind of move that can drag him from survival mode into leaderboard contention fast.
Off 25 and is barely green on the day, but sitting third with a positive cushion keeps him in the podium fight while the bigger swings stay above him.
Abhijit Kattikar's small red session is still manageable, but it leaves him with almost no room for a sloppy second act if he wants to keep climbing.
Jayaveer 116 versus Chitta is the whole battle right now, and the gap is enormous. One is protecting first, while the other has to claw out of a deep live session hole.
Chida's active size is screaming for a rebound, but POV25 and his lighter footprint is keeping third place cleaner, and that contrast matters when one bad swing can reorder the podium.
Cheetah's session is carrying real pressure at 1 p.m. ET because that negative realized base leaves almost no room for another sloppy push from the active book. Javier 116 is still the benchmark at rank 1, but Chitta's active slide and Boom 25 and his modest climb make this a clean leader versus chasers fight at 1:01 p.m. ET.
Jayaveer 116's 7-stock footprint shows broad attack, but BF25 and N's 2-stock approach is far more compact, which matters when the podium race starts rewarding cleaner execution.
Jayaveer 116 is still the anchor of the whole tournament, and the latest 1:01 p.m. ET reading keeps first place structurally protected while the pack scrambles underneath him.
Jayaveer Madali still owns first place on Tournament Net PNL to date, and the latest NVDA extension at 12:53 p.m. New York keeps his lead feeling more like a fortress than a target.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still second overall, but that negative live session means he's defending his spot instead of pressing the leader, and that is a much uglier posture.
Yash Power finally has a live number on the board, and the SOXL momentum at 12:56 p.m. New York is doing the real work of turning a session from compliance into contention.
Hanish Kapoor is still staring at a red day, and with his tournament total already below 0, every extra slip makes the climb back feel longer and more expensive.
Hanchi 5 and is holding third with a tiny live gain, and that kind of quiet control matters because it keeps the podium pressure on without forcing reckless size.
Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and with a tournament cushion above 18,000, the chasers are really fighting for breathing room, not first place.
Granbara Raja is still holding second on the tournament board, but that negative live session means he's defending the slot instead of throwing punches upward.
Gas Power finally has real momentum through SOXL, and that surge is not just green on the day, it's the kind of move that can drag him back into the podium conversation.
The recent SOXL burst matters because it's rebuilding Yash Power's session after that earlier drawdown, and the leaderboard pressure now shifts toward whether he can hold the gains.
Danish Kapoor is still under tournament pressure, and that negative daily read keeps him in damage control mode, while the leaders are widening the gap above.
Javier 116 is still running the board at rank 1, while Chitta sits second and has to fight uphill. That gap is the whole story in this matchup.
Javier 116's latest push at 12:53 p.m. ET added fresh cushion, and with his peak sitting above the current read, he is still managing the lead with discipline.
That contrast is huge. Javier 116 has touched 7 names and kept risk cleaner, while Chitta is concentrating fire and absorbing far more session heat.
Chunov still has active risk on the board, but the tiny unrealized buffer means every fresh decision now decides whether second place stabilizes or slides again.
Javier Medali still owns first place on tournament net PNL, and that 18-3K cushion means the rest of the board is fighting for scraps, not the throne.
Tradambara Arja is still second overall, but the live red on his day means he is defending position instead of pressing Javier Medali from a distance.
The RP25 and tiny green session is doing real work in third, because a modest gain is enough to keep the podium pressure on, while others take bigger swings.
Yash Pawar finally has a live SOXL burst on the board, and that kind of intraday strength is exactly what can turn a quieter fifth-place profile into a late climb.
Manish Kapoor is still buried in the red, and that weak tournament position means his late session choices have to be aggressive without getting reckless.
Javier Medali is still the benchmark at number 1, and his unrealized cushion at 1:06 p.m. ET means the chasers have to beat execution, not just the clock.
Tradar's realized damage is doing the heavy lifting against him at 1:06 p.m. ET, while the tiny unrealized cushion says this battle is still alive, just badly tilted.
That NVDA sequence at 12:53 p.m. ET through 12:53 p.m. ET lit the fuse for Javier Medali, and it's the kind of surge that protects first place without forcing extra share load.
Javier Medali is still the tournament king, and his nearly 18-3K lead on cumulative PNL means the rest of the board is racing for daylight, not first place.
Yash Pawar's SOXL streak has been doing the heavy lifting all afternoon, and that kind of intraday pop is what keeps him dangerous in the fifth-place fight.
Gasping Trabara Raja is still stuck in second overall, but today's negative session keeps the pressure on, because one bad stretch can turn rank security into panic mode.
BH, Eov Duff 25, and I's still squeezing out a small green day, and that matters, because third place is all about protecting position while the leaders absorb the real volatility.
Lakan Gusali's positive session is still doing real work in the middle of the pack, because steady gains there can turn into a late leaderboard ambush.
Javier Medali is still defending first with an 18-26K tournament total, and that latest NVDA pop keeps the title picture expensive for anyone trying to close the gap.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still sitting in second, but the 958.83 session drag at 1:07 p.m. New York means he has to spend energy protecting rank instead of hunting the leader.
BHUV25 and his third place hold is barely positive on the day, and that matters because a small green cushion can still be enough to defend a podium spot when the board gets chaotic.
Manish Kapoor is still negative on the session, and with the tournament total already underwater, he needs cleaner execution fast or the gap to safety keeps widening.
Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and with 18.2K in tournament net PNL, the leader is making first place look expensive to attack.
Groaning, Yash Pawar has turned SoXL into a one-stock engine, and that latest push to 1K at 1:08 p.m. New York is the kind of session that can jump the queue fast.
JUV25 NA's tiny green session is still relevant in third, because a small cushion is enough to keep the podium door from swinging open behind him.
Lakanga Sali is still pressing forward in fourth, and that positive session gives him a real shot at making the middle of this board feel dangerous.
Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and his NVDA-driven cushion makes first place look defended, not merely inherited.
Chidambara Raja's red session matters less for the headline rank than for the mood, because second place is safe on the scoreboard but not comfortable in the seat.
Gasping SoXL has been carrying Yash Pawar for several straight updates, and that kind of momentum changes the story from one good trade to a full leaderboard threat.
BHUV25 and's tiny live gain still has real value, because third place is being protected by discipline, while the bigger swings hit other names around him.
Manish Kapoor is still fighting uphill at the bottom of the board, so every clean decision now is about keeping the session alive, not chasing fantasy.
Jayaveer Madali still owns the tournament summit, and that fresh NVDA strength at 12:53 p.m. New York keeps his cushion looking defended, instead of exposed.
Chidambara Raja is still second overall, but his red session means the chase is costing him today, instead of helping him close the gap.
Gasping, BHUV25N's tiny green day matters in the podium fight, because even a small gain can protect third when the leaders start stretching the board.
Yash Pawar's tournament rank is still hanging near the middle, and this SOXL acceleration is the kind of move that can either fund a climb or invite a fast unwind.
Abhijit Kaktikar doesn't need fireworks, just discipline, and that small positive session keeps him clear of the lower board chaos for now.
Jayaveer Madali still owns the summit, and the latest NVDA lift at 12:53 p.m. New York keeps first place insulated, while the chasers are left solving a much steeper math problem.
Gonzo XL prints are real, but they also remind you how fast a trader can swing from quiet to exposed if the move starts giving back before the close.
Gasping Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament PNL, but the red session is forcing every decision to be about defense instead of pressing Jayaveer Madali.
BHUV25 and is still hanging on to third with a tiny live cushion, and that makes the rank more about preservation than ambition as the clock keeps draining.
Lakangusali is still protecting fourth with a controlled green session, and that discipline is exactly what keeps the lower board from turning into a late ambush.
Jayaveer Madali just stretched the top spot again, and that fresh NVDA surge at 1:12 p.m. New York keeps his tournament cushion looking more like control than luck.
Groaning Yash Pawar finally turned the session green on SOXL, but that move at 1:10 p.m. New York is more about survival than glory when the rank above him is still packed.
Gasping Chidambara Raja is still sitting second on tournament PNL, but the red life day means he cannot afford to let the leader's NVDA cushion keep widening unchecked.
BHUF 25 Anand's tiny green session still matters because rank 3 is being defended by consistency, not fireworks, and that's exactly how you survive a late leaderboard squeeze.
Manish Kapoor is still in damage control territory, and with the session already negative, every new trade has to stop the bleed before it can even think about moving the rank.
Jayavir Madali is still the tournament anchor at rank 1, and that NVDA strength keeps his cushion wide enough that the chasers need a much bigger swing than a routine push.
Groaning. Chidambara Raja sits second on the board, but the negative session means every new decision has to do double duty just to keep him from drifting into a defensive finish.
At 1:12 p.m. New York, Jayavir Madali picked up another strong NVDA burst, and that keeps his tournament number insulated rather than exposed to a sudden late challenge.
Lakan Gorsali keeps fourth with a modest gain, and that matters because it preserves position without forcing the kind of reckless chase that can wreck a late leaderboard defense.
Jayavir Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and that fresh NVDA burst at 12:12 p.m. New York keeps first place insulated, while the chasers stare at a widening gap.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still holding second on tournament value, but today's negative session means the cushion is real, not comfortable, and every mistake gets magnified.
Lakan Gorsali keeps stacking a positive session, and that steady climb at rank 4 is exactly the kind of pressure that can punish any leader who slips even slightly.
Abhijit Kaktikar has just enough green to stay tidy, but this part of the board is unforgiving, so every careful trade matters if he wants to keep climbing.
Jayavir Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and that 83K tournament cushion means the whole board is chasing his pace, not the other way around.
Groaning. Yash Pawar is the hottest live scorer right now, and SOXL has already pushed his session well past the 1,000 mark, so the question is whether he protects that speed or overextends.
BHUF 25, N is sitting on a tiny green day, and that matters because rank 3 is being held by discipline rather than a big swing, which is often the cleaner tournament shape.
Manish Kapoor is still carrying a negative tournament number at the bottom, and with the clock moving, that 7th place hole only gets harder if the session stays thin.
Jayavir Madali is still setting the pace at the top, and that tournament cushion means the whole room is now measuring risk against his lead, instead of dreaming about catching him.
Gas Power is getting blasted by SOXL's latest surge, and the live gain means he is not just scoring today, he is actively tightening the race for the middle of the board.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still sitting second on tournament PNL, but the red live session says he is defending prize position instead of applying any real heat on first.
Lakan Gorsali keeps a green session without overextending, and that steady climb is the exact kind of pressure that can start threatening the podium if the leaders hesitate.
Manish Kapoor is still carrying a negative tournament mark, so every quiet minute matters more now, because he needs fresh action before the clock gets brutal.
Jayavir Madali is still the standard at the top, and that NVDA burst at 12:12 p.m. New York just reinforced why the first place seat is being defended, not chased.
Trendambaraja is still second on tournament PNL, but the live red session means he's defending prize position instead of leaning into the leader's cushion.
Gasping Puf 25 and Ablo sitting third with only a tiny live gain, so this is a hold your breath kind of defense rather than a full attack on second place.
Abhijit Kaktikar's small green day
Late
is
King
useful,
Gusali keeps
but with
showing the
only
cleaner
one trade
session above
logged.
the lower
The
path,
real story
and
is
that
whether he can
positive
keep
drift
that
keeps
rank
pressure
clean into the
alive on
close.
anyone below him trying to make a
Manish
late
Kapoor
podium
is still
move.
carrying a negative tournament total, and that means every decision now is about survival first, recovery second.
Jayavir 116 is still the anchor at rank 1, and at 1:19 p.m. ET, that gap over Chitta shows a leader running defense while the chaser is still trying to stop the slide.
Chida is sitting at negative 960.83 at 1:19 p.m. ET, and the split between his realized damage and tiny unrealized recovery says this is a salvage mission, not a clean chase.
Jayavir 116 also has the better swing profile because his run has stretched from 3,540.45 to 4,879.88 intraday, and that kind of range gives the leader extra breathing room.
This is a classic top versus chaser split. Jayavir 116 is protecting first place, while Chida needs a sharp reversal just to make the podium fight interesting again.
Trayavir Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and that 18 3K tournament cushion means the leaderboard is more fortress than race right now.
At 1:12 p.m. New York, Jayavir Madali got another NVDA burst, and that kind of add-on keeps first place insulated while the chasers are still scrambling for traction.
Chidambara Raja is still second overall, but that red session means he is defending prize position instead of hunting the leader, and every slip matters now.
BHOV 25 Anna stays third with only a tiny live gain today, so this is a careful hold rather than a push for second, which keeps the podium mathematically alive but not aggressive.
Manish Kapoor is still buried in the back half of the table, so the real job now is damage control before the clock steals any chance at a cleaner finish.
Jayavir Madali is still the name to catch at the top, and that NVDA strength keeps his tournament cushion widening instead of giving the field any opening.
At 1:20 p.m. New York, NVDA just pushed Jayavir Madali deeper into first place, and that kind of add-on makes every chaser need a much bigger swing now.
Yash Pawar has turned SoXL into a serious live engine, and that surge is exactly what can drag him back into the podium conversation if he protects it.
Diab 25 and Small Green Day keeps third place stable, which matters because he is still close enough to benefit if the leaders start trading sloppier.
Manish Kapoor is still fighting from the wrong side of the board, so the priority now is stopping the damage before the final stretch makes recovery impossible.
Jayavir Madali is still the standard at the top, and this latest NVDA surge at 12:20 p.m. New York keeps his first place cushion looking more like structure than luck.
Groaning, Yash Pawar finally got the no-trade pressure off his back with SOXL at 12:14 p.m. New York, and now the story shifts from compliance risk to whether he can build on it.
Chidambara Raja remains second on tournament PNL, but the red session keeps him in defense mode, so the gap to the leader is about preservation, not a direct attack.
Manish Kapoor is still sitting in the lower half, and with a red day under him, every next trade has to earn back confidence before it can earn back rank.
Jayavir 116 is still the benchmark in first, while Koppelman sits seventh, and that gap means one trader is defending prize position while the other is still hunting a turnaround.
The weekly swing tells the story too. Jayaveer 116 has climbed from 3,540.45 to 4,917.5, while Cuporman's range ran from 544.25 down to minus 534, a very different risk shape.
NVDA has been the engine for Jayaveer 116, and the 1:20 p.m. ET update added another 1,076.4 of protection, which makes the first place wall even harder to climb.
Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and that NVDA strength at 12:20 p.m. New York keeps his tournament cushion looking more like control than luck.
Chidambara Raja is defending second with a rough live session, so the rank still holds, but the intraday damage means he is protecting position rather than pressuring first.
Gasping up 25 and is still sitting third with a tiny green session, and that matters because he stays close enough to pounce if the two names above him wobble.
Yash Pawar finally cleared the no-trade risk with SOXL, and that fresh participation at 12:40 p.m. New York is important because it turns a clock problem into a live score.
Manish Kapoor is still buried in 7th on tournament PNL, and the red day today means every clean trade now is about stopping the slide before close.
Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and that fresh NVDA lift at 1:20 p.m. New York keeps his tournament cushion looking more defended than contested.
Groaning. Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament PNL, but the live red session means he is defending his rank instead of pushing Jayaveer Madali from below.
Gasping BBAT 25, Ain stays in third with only a tiny live gain, so this is less about chasing the leaders and more about not letting the podium get slippery.
That SOXL burst also clears the old clock pressure for Yash Pawar, because a trader who has finally printed today can now focus on execution instead of eligibility.
Abhijit Kaktikar's small green day is doing enough to keep him steady, and that kind of controlled session usually beats a loud mistake this late.
Jayaveer Madali keeps the throne intact, and that late NVDA push at 12:20 p.m. New York adds another layer of insulation as chasers run out of time.
Groaning. Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament points, but that red live session means he's defending the payout lane instead of applying pressure on first.
Gasping 25 Ayan's tiny green day keeps third place from slipping, and with the podium gap still manageable, every clean decision now matters more than raw aggression.
Abhijit Kaktikar is modestly positive, which is useful because it keeps him in the conversation without forcing a desperate chase before the closing stretch.
Yash Pawar finally has a live weapon in SOXL, and that matters because this session can now defend rank without leaning on yesterday's scorecard.
Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and that fresh NVDA push at 12:20 p.m. New York keeps first place insulated while chasers burn time.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament points, but the red session means he is defending rank instead of applying any real pressure above him.
Gasping POE 25 and tiny live green keeps third place intact, and that matters because a controlled book is much easier to defend than a wild one this late.
Manish Kapoor is still operating under tournament pressure near the bottom, so every new decision has to clean up the session before it can help the standings.
Groaning, Lakhan Gosali is holding fourth with a positive session, and that steady posture is the difference between a real podium threat and a shaky placeholder.
Jayaveer Madali is still sitting on the throne, and the fresh NVDA lift at 12:20 p.m. New York keeps that top spot defended by real cushion, not just caution.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament points, But that negative live session means every mistake now helps the chasers sniff around the podium.
VWAP 25 and he's barely positive today, so third place is being protected instead of attacked. So the next trade has to add clarity, not noise.
The bigger read is tournament net P&L today, and Javier Madali's lead over the field means the first place chase still has to come through a much larger stack of earned profit.
Gaspigit, Kaktikar's modest green day keeps him in striking distance of the middle pack, and that matters because one sharper push can still change his risk profile fast.
Javier Madali is still carrying the tournament lead, and that repeated NVDA support is doing more than padding numbers. It is building real separation at the top.
Yash Pawar's SOXL run is the cleanest rescue job on the board, because the session finally has real green behind it, and the no-trade pressure is off the table.
Gasping at 1:24 p.m. New York, SOXL was still feeding Yash Pawar's session with another $870.40 surge, and that matters because it keeps him safely active while the clock keeps shrinking.
Guen's 25 and is barely positive on the day, so third place is being defended with discipline, not aggression, and that keeps the podium within reach if the top two wobble.
Manish Kapoor's small recovery still leaves him under tournament pressure, and with a negative overall score, every new decision has to be cleaner than the last.
Javier Madali still owns first place on tournament points, and that 18-3K cushion means the chasers need a real surge, not just a good session to threaten the throne.
Groaning Chidambaru Raja is still second overall, but the live red session keeps him in defense mode, so every misstep now gives the podium chasers a cleaner opening.
Gas Power just stacked fresh SOXL gains at 1:29 p.m. New York, and that jump matters because it turns a crowded midfield fight into a real push toward the money spots.
Abhijit Koktikar's NFLX move at 1:29 p.m. New York keeps his session green, and that matters more than the raw number because one clean winner can stabilize a thin tournament climb.
Manish Kapoor is still stuck near the back end of the board, and with his session negative, the priority is damage control before he can think about climbing.
Yash Pawar just turned SOXL into a serious session weapon, and the 1:29 p.m. New York update shows he's not only valid now, he's suddenly dangerous on the board.
Gasping Kaktikar's NFLX pop at 1:29 p.m. New York is useful because it converts a modest session into something that can still support rank pressure late.
BHUV25
Manish Kapoor is the one still
small
carrying
green
the
day
scar
matters
tissue from a negative
because
session,
third place
so his
stays
job
alive
now is
without
survival trading
overextending,
rather than leaderboard
and that kind
heroics.
of controlled posture
And look at
is
the
exactly what
contrast.
protects the podium.
Yash Pawar's fresh SOXL strength is giving him momentum, while the no trade clock is no longer the story because he's already got a live win on the tape.
Javier Madali is still setting the pace at the top, and that fresh NVDA lift means first place is defended by active gains, not just a static cushion.
Karan Tambara Raja is still holding second on tournament net PNL, but the red live day means every bad turn now invites a very expensive mistake.
Grasping the scary part for the chasers is that Javier Madali keeps adding layers with NVDA, so the leader's advantage is widening through fresh offense, not waiting around.
Sighing. Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX pop at 1:29 p.m. New York helps the session, but it also shows how fast one good burst can change the tone for the lower half of the board.
Manish Kapoor is still carrying the deepest red on the board, so every new decision now has to be about survival and not swinging for style points.
Javier Madali is still the reference point at the top, and that fresh NVDA continuation means first place is being defended by depth, not a single lucky burst.
Groaning. Chidambara Raja is still holding second on tournament net PNL, but today's red session means he's defending the spot with less comfort than the ranking table suggests.
DHUV 25 Ain stays safely in third with only a tiny live gain, and that matters now because even a small cushion can keep the podium from turning into a scramble. Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and that 18 3K tournament cushion means the rest of the room is chasing his shadow, not his seat.
Trade Hambara Raja is sitting second on tournament score, but the day's red tape means he's defending silver with far less comfort than the rank suggests.
Abhijit Kartikar's NFLX trade is still doing the heavy lifting, and that latest push gives him a cleaner buffer to protect 6th place from any late wobble.
BHUV 25 Anisa's tiny green session is doing real ranking work in third because even a modest live gain helps keep the podium from turning into a scramble.
Jayaveer Madali's NVDA support earlier was the kind of insulation that turns a lead into a fortress, so chasers now need something wild to change the math.
Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and that 18 3K tournament cushion means the chasers are fighting for air, not the crown.
That XL surge also keeps Yash Pawar's tournament line at 1,401.10, so the pressure shifts from survival mode to whether he can actually chase the higher ranks.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX trade is important because it keeps him green on the session, and that small win matters when the lower ladder is trying to sort itself out.
Manish Kapoor is still carrying a red tournament total, so every new decision now carries extra weight because he can't afford another sloppy turn.
Jayaveer Madali is still the summit leader, and with that 18 3K tournament cushion at 1:35 p.m. New York, the real story is defense, not discovery.
Cronin Parbya Raja is still second on tournament points, but the red day total means every fresh wobble narrows the gap between silver and a very uncomfortable chase pack.
Gasping Puj 25, Anne is protecting third with only a tiny live gain, and that matters because a small green buffer is enough to keep the podium from turning chaotic.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX work has kept him positive on the session, and that kind of modest green is useful because it buys room without inviting reckless side.
Manish Kapoor is still carrying a red tournament line, so the priority is simple now: get a valid trade printed before the clock squeezes him out.
Jayaveer 116 is still miles ahead of Copper Mormon, and that rank gap matters because first place is now defending a fortress, while 7th has to claw back into the frame.
Jayaveer 116's profile is classic leader control. All of that session gain is unrealized at 1:37 p.m. ET, so the challenge is preserving it without giving back the peak.
The aggression gap is loud too. Jayaveer 116 has already spread across 7 stocks, while Couple Man has stayed narrow, and that leaves way less room to recover.
Jayaveer Madali still owns the summit with 18 4K in tournament profit, and that makes every chaser measure risk against a very expensive first place.
Droning Barbara Raja is still second on tournament score, but the red day total means he has to defend that spot with a lot less comfort than the rank suggests.
Gas Power's SOXL streak just ripped his session to 8K at 12:37 p.m. New York, and that surge turns 5th place into a real chase instead of survival mode.
Abhijit Kaktikar got a clean NFLX pop at 12:33 p.m. New York, and that matters because one fresh winner keeps him from being swallowed by the lower pack.
Manish Kapoor is still carrying a red tournament line, so the urgency now is less about style and more about finding one valid trade before the clock squeezes him out.
Jayavir Madali is still the standard at the top, and that 18 4K tournament cushion at 1:39 p.m. New York means everyone else is chasing a fortress, not a lead.
Croning Chidambara Raja keeps second place on tournament score, but the red live day is making that podium spot look defended, not dominant.
Gale to 25 and is barely green on the day, but with third place this tight, even a small hold matters because it keeps the chase pack from smelling blood.
Abhijit Kaktikar's modest green session is useful mainly because it reduces pressure, and with only one trade on the board, he has to protect that progress carefully.
That SOXL streak for Yash Pawar is the loudest thing on the board right now, and repeated upside like that can turn a 1-10 session into pure leaderboard insulation.
Jayavir Madali's lead is still the tournament benchmark, and with 18 4K locked in by 1:39 p.m. New York, everyone else is really chasing distance, not just rank.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still second overall, but the red session is the problem now because it keeps his hold on the runner-up spot looking defensive instead of dangerous.
Jayavir Madali also got another NVDA push at 1:20 p.m. New York, and that fresh lift matters because it keeps first place insulated without forcing him into extra risk.
Gujwaf 25N is holding third with only a small green day, and that quiet efficiency is enough to keep the podium door open while the bigger swings hit the board.
Manish Kapoor is still carrying a rough day near the bottom, so the clock is starting to matter as much as the PNL if he wants any late rescue.
Jayavir Madali still owns the top spot, and that 18 4K tournament cushion means the real race now is for everybody else to stop the gap from becoming a wall.
Croning Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament points, but that red session keeps him in defense mode instead of letting him hunt the leader with confidence.
Gasping BF 25 and is still hanging on to third with only a small live gain, and that matters because a tiny green day can still protect podium position when the field is this compressed.
Yash Pawar's SOXL run keeps stacking at 1:40 p.m. New York, and that kind of repeated strength is what turns rank 4 into a real threat for the names above him.
Manish Kapoor is still carrying a negative day, so the clock is now the enemy. He needs a cleaner push soon, or the scoreboard stays under pressure into the close.
Jayavir Madali is still sitting on the tournament summit, and that 18 4K lead means everyone else is now fighting for the podium, not the throne.
Yash Pawar just kept SOXL roaring at 1:41 p.m. New York, and that fresh intraday surge is exactly how a rank 4 trader starts turning pressure into authority.
Gasping 25 and is protecting third with only a modest live gain, and that matters because a quiet green session is still enough to keep the podium door cracked open.
Abhijit Kaktikar has one small live cushion, but with only a single trade showing, the real question is whether that session can survive the final stretch without giving it back.
Prof Pawar 07 is still the clear pace card rank 4, but Lakan Gursali is hanging in 5th, This is leader versus chaser pressure with a prize gap starting to matter.
Prof Power 07's unrealized stack of 1,692.80 at 1:43 p.m. ET tells you this lead is still being built, while 870.40 realized gives him a sturdier base than a pure paper run.
Gronin. Prof Par WA07 has 11,880 shares across one stock, while Lekungorsali only pushed 760 shares. That is size versus restraint, and the market is rewarding the bigger conviction right now.
This matchup is really execution versus survival. Prof 07 is expanding the cushion, while Lekungorsali is trying to protect rank and avoid getting left behind in the final push. Yash Pawar's SOXL explosion at 1:43 p.m. New York is the loudest live move on the board, and has turned a mid-pack score into real podium pressure.
Groaning. So XL has been a straight line engine for Yash Pawar through the last several minutes, and that kind of repetition says the trade is doing the heavy lifting, not luck.
And BOH 525, Ann's tiny session gain is still doing strategic work in third because it keeps the podium stable, while the chasers around him absorb bigger swings.
Manish Kapoor is the one under the harshest pressure now, since the tournament draw is still hanging over a low-activity day and every late decision gets expensive fast.
Jayaveer Madali is still running the table, and that 18 3K tournament cushion means first place is now about preservation, not ambition.
Tridambara, Raja is still second on tournament net P&L today, but the ugly live session means he's defending silver with a bruised scoreboard instead of pressing the leader.
Dash SOXL stack is the cleanest momentum read on the board right now, and for Yash Pawar, it's the difference between a quiet finish and a late leaderboard lunge.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX work is modest but meaningful, because a single clean winner gives him breathing room and keeps the session from slipping into scramble mode.
Jayaveer Madali, NVDA lift, is the kind of leader insurance that forces everybody else to take bigger risks just to keep up.
Jayaveer Madali's lead is still built on the tournament net P&L to date stack, and that NVDA lift at 1:20 p.m. New York shows he's defending the summit with real quality.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still protecting second overall, but that negative session says he's defending rank with scars, not momentum, and every chaser can smell it.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX push at 1:33 p.m. New York is doing the right job here, adding cushion and easing pressure on a very small active book.
Yash Pawar's SOXL sequence is the most dangerous movement on this screen because the repeated pop keeps him from fading into the chase pack.
Jayaveer Madali is still perched on the tournament throne, and that 18 4K cushion means the whole room is now chasing placement, not the crown.
Yash Pawar's SOXL stack is the loudest number on the board right now because that fresh surge at 1:44 p.m. New York keeps him dangerous in the chase for the podium.
Abhijit Kaktikar picked up a clean NFLX lift at 1:33 p.m. New York, and that matters because a one-stock win like this can rescue a modest day before the clock runs down.
BHUV 25 and's tiny green session is quieter, but that's exactly the kind of controlled profile that can protect third place if the bigger swings keep shaking above him.
Manish Kapoor is still working from a negative tournament base, so the fight now is simple: stop the bleed and make the remaining trades count.
Jayaveer Madali still owns first place on tournament net P&L to date, and with that kind of cushion, the chasers are now fighting for the right to even stay relevant.
Yash Power's SOXL streak keeps stacking fresh session gains, and that live push is exactly how a rank 4 trader turns pressure into momentum.
Javier Madali's NVDA strength at 1:20 p.m. New York added another clean lift, and that matters because the leader is protecting the gap instead of just babysitting it.
DHUV 25 Inane's tiny green session looks modest on the surface, but rank 3 with a clean profile keeps real podium pressure on the names behind him.
Manish Kapoor is still stuck trying to repair the downside, and with only 2 trades on the board, there is almost no room left for another miss.
Jayaveer Madali still owns first place on tournament net PNL to date, and that almost 18.4k cushion means the chasers need a real swing, not just steady hands.
Jayaveer Madali's NVDA line at 1:20 p.m. New York added another 1,000 plus, which is exactly how a leader keeps the door shut without taking reckless shots.
Gasping Chidambara Raja is still second overall, but the red session print means he is defending rank instead of hunting first, and that changes every decision he makes now.
DHOV 25 Inane's tiny green day keeps third place clean, and with such a light footprint, he is staying dangerous without inviting the kind of drawdown that breaks podium runs.
Manish Kapoor is still underwater on the session, so with the close creeping closer, every new trade has to be about survival and not just hope.
Jayaveer Madali is still sitting on the tournament throne, and that 18,000 cushion means the whole field is really battling for the remaining podium shape.
Yash Power's SOXL burst is the loudest live story on the board because that run is padding 4th place and keeping real heat on the names above him.
Groaning. The SOXL sequence from 12:33 to 12:44 p.m. New York shows Yash Pawar turning a choppy session into a legitimate climb, and that kind of consistency is what scares the leaderboard.
Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament net PNL to date, but the red live session means he has to defend the spot instead of pressing upward, which is a very different kind of pressure.
Burjif 25 and is holding third with barely any room to waste, so that tiny green edge is less about fireworks and more about keeping the podium door open.
Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and that 4K tournament cushion keeps first place structurally protected, while everyone else fights for access, not takeover.
Gauntlet Raja is still second on cumulative score, but today's red session means he's defending the slot instead of putting any real pressure on the leader.
Gasping beyond 25 and ends, Tiny Green Day is doing real work in third place, because a modest cushion is enough to keep that podium door cracked open without forcing reckless size.
The NVDA lift at 1:20 p.m. New York added another clean leg to Jayaveer Madali's day, and that matters because the leader is still building rather than merely preserving.
Harbijit Kaktikar is only carrying a small live gain, but with just one trade on the board, precision matters more than excitement if he wants to keep the session respectable.
Jayaveer Madali still has the tower seat locked, and with tournament net PNL today holding near 18,000, the only real drama is who can narrow that gap before the bell.
Groaning, Jayaveer Madali's NVDA strength at 12:20 p.m. New York is exactly how a leader protects the crown. No panic, just another clean lift on top of an already huge cushion.
Eve 25's tiny green day looks modest, but in a tight leaderboard, that kind of quiet positivity is what keeps third place from getting messy.
Abaji Kaktikar finally has NFLX working for him, and that fresh 12:33 p.m. New York push is the difference between a cautious session and a real recovery attempt.
Jayaveer Madali still sits first on tournament net PNL today, and his NVDA lift from 1:12 p.m. New York helps turn a strong lead into something the chasers have to overextend to touch.
Groaning Chidhambara Raja is still second overall, but that red live session means he's defending the podium from the downside instead of pressing Jayaveer Madali for the top.
Gasping 25 enters tiny green day looks modest, but on a tight leaderboard, that kind of controlled drift is exactly what keeps third place from getting messy.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX trade is finally giving him some clean relief, and that small win matters, because it pulls him away from the kind of repair mode that can snowball late.
And that leader cushion matters even more now, because Jayaveer Madali is not just holding rank 1, he's forcing the entire field to hunt a miracle instead of a setup.
Jayaveer Madali is still setting the pace on tournament net PNL today, and that latest NVDA lift at 12:20 p.m. New York keeps first place feeling more like a fortress than a lead.
Groaning Chidhambara Raja is still holding second by cumulative score, but today's red session means he's defending the podium instead of taking a real swing at the top.
Gasping BWAP 25 and small green day is quietly doing real work in third, because when the gap is this tight, a modest cushion is still rank protection.
Abhijit Kaktikar has one of the cleaner recovery profiles here, and the small green print from NFLX at 1:33 p.m. New York is exactly the kind of lift that steadies a fragile session. Jayaveer Madali still sits first on tournament net PNL today, and that fresh NVDA lift at 12:20 p.m. New York is doing exactly what leaders want, widening the gap without forcing extra risk.
Groaning Chidhambara Raja is still second overall, but today's negative session means he's defending that rank instead of attacking Jayaveer Madali, and that changes every decision size.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX trade from 1:33 p.m. New York gave him a cleaner session base, and that matters because one solid winner can reset the tone for a smaller book. Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at the top of tournament net PNL today, and that NVDA surge keeps his lead looking fortified rather than merely comfortable.
Groaning Chidhambara Raja is still second overall, but the red session means he is defending rank now, not pressing the leader, and that changes every decision from here.
Gasping the SOXL tape for Yash Pawar is doing real work for his session, and that matters because it turns a previously shaky afternoon into something he can actually protect.
BH Uvav 25 and Ez the quiet control case in third place, and a small green day is enough to keep pressure on the names above without forcing reckless size.
Manish Kapoor is still carrying a negative day, so every clean response now is about stopping the slide before the close turns that pressure into a bigger problem.
Jayaveer Madali still owns the top spot on tournament net PNL to date, and that NVDA ad at 1:20 p.m. New York keeps the lead feeling structurally protected instead of merely comfortable.
SOXL has carried Yash Pawar through a huge intraday swing, but repeated runs like this also raise the question of whether he can protect gains instead of donating them back.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX gain at 1:33 p.m. New York nudges him further into the green, and that matters because small, steady progress is what keeps sixth place from drifting backward.
Manish Kapoor is still carrying a red session, and with the afternoon window shrinking, he needs one clean push just to keep the pressure from snowballing.
Jayaveer Madali just extended the fortress with NVDA at 1:57 p.m. New York, and that fresh lift keeps first place insulated while everyone else is still trying to breach the wall.
Saing Chambararaja is still second on tournament AAPL to date, but that red live session means he's defending the podium instead of pressuring Jayaveer Madali, and that is a nasty place to be.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX trade at 1:33 p.m. New York is a clean positive, and it keeps his session above water while giving him room to look for one more disciplined entry.
Jayaveer Madali does not need to force anything here because that 18K plus tournament cushion means the leaderboard chasers are racing for a miracle, not a routine catch.
Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and that fresh NVDA burst at 1:57 p.m. New York keeps first place feeling protected instead of merely defended.
Droning Chidambara Raja still holds second on tournament Mayday today, but the red live session means he is spending energy protecting rank instead of applying pressure upward.
Abhijit Kaktikar finally got NFLX on the board at 1:58 p.m. New York, and that kind of clean first print gives his session a real base to build on.
Fogchill 25. And Tiny Green Day still matters because a compact book at rank 3 is the kind of thing that survives when the bigger swings start getting sloppy.
Manish Kapoor is still underwater on the day, and with no cushion in the tournament total, every late trade has to be cleaner than the last.
Jayaveer Madali just added another strong NVDA leg at 1:57 p.m. ET, and that kind of extension keeps first place looking less like a target and more like a locked vault.
Chambara Raja is still second on tournament at mid-PNL today, but the live session remains negative, so he's defending rank instead of making a clean push at the leader.
Gas OXL burst is more than a lucky pop for Yash Pawar, because it's the first move today that makes his session look like an actual climb instead of a rescue job.
BH of 25 and ends Tiny Green live read matters, because third place is being protected by efficiency, not fireworks, and that is exactly how a quieter contender survives late pressure.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX hit at 1:58 p.m. ET gives him a clean boost, and even a modest winner matters when the middle of the board is fighting for separation.
Jayaveer Madali just padded the tournament lead again, and that fresh light strength at 2 p.m. New York keeps first place looking less like a target and more like a locked door.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still holding second on tournament net PNL, but the red live session means he's defending the podium instead of making a run at the leader.
BF25 and its Tiny Green Day is doing important work in third, because a modest session gain is enough to keep pressure on the names above without overextending risk.
Yash Pawar's SOXL burst is still the loudest momentum story in the middle of the board, and that kind of heater can drag fifth place right back into the podium chase.
Manish Kapoor is still buried in the wrong side of the board, so every decision now has to be about limiting damage and salvaging something before the bell.
Jayaveer Madali still owns the top rung, and that latest line lift at 2 p.m. New York is doing more than padding totals. It's hardening first place.
And don't miss the NVDA and line combo earlier for Jayaveer Madali. That kind of repeated push means the chasers are not hunting a lead, they're hunting a wall.
Gasping BVAP25 and is holding third with only a tiny daily edge, and that matters because it keeps the podium secure without forcing him into desperate size.
Yash Pawar's SOXL burst is the loudest climb on the board, and that 2:01 p.m. New York red helps him stay dangerous in the fight for the next rung.
Manish Kapoor is still carrying the red, and with the tournament total already below the line, he needs a sharp recovery fast, or the gap just keeps widening. Jayaveer 116 is still the benchmark at number 1, and the latest NVDA lift at 1:20 p.m. ET keeps that lead looking defended by execution, not just position.
Cheetah's active pace is doing more damage than growth, while Bufu 25 stays compact in third. That contrast is why the podium race still feels wide open below first.
Cheetah is the volume monster at 5,070 shares, but that kind of aggression only matters if it stops converting into losses before the bell.
Jayaveer Madali is still sitting on the tournament throne, and that 18K plus net cushion means the rest of the field is chasing math, not just momentum.
Crooning Chidambara Raja is still second overall, but the live red on his day keeps him in defense mode, which is exactly how a chaser starts leaking ground.
Gas Power's SOXL run has him in the hunt again, and that kind of one symbol acceleration can move a mid-pack name into real podium pressure fast.
The NVDA burst from 1:20 p.m. New York earlier was the real engine, and now Jayaveer Madali's lead looks built on multiple strong legs, instead of one lucky spike.
Apajit Kaktakar got a clean lift from NFLX, and that matters because a modest green session can be the difference between holding sixth and sliding into the traffic behind him.
Jayaveer Madali is still the standard at the top, and that 18 3K tournament cushion means everyone behind him is now fighting for podium scraps, not the crown.
Crooning Chidambara Raja is still holding second overall, but the live red session keeps him in defense mode, so every new decision has to protect rank before it tries to chase anybody.
BHUV 25 and small green session is doing strategic work in third, since a modest cushion is enough to keep the podium door from swinging open behind him.
Sighing Manish Kapoor is still stuck at the bottom of the table, and with a negative tournament number, the late session margin for error is basically gone.
Jayaveer Madali still owns first by a mile on tournament net, and that fresh NVDA strength keeps the top seat insulated, while the challengers are forced into catch-up mode.
Crooning Chidambara Raja is still second on the board, but that negative session means he's defending prize position instead of putting real heat on the leader.
Gas Power's SOXL explosion is the loudest chase on the floor, and every fresh push turns fourth place into a live threat if he keeps pressing.
Abhijit Kaktakar's NFLX gain is smaller, but it matters because it keeps him positive without forcing extra risk, which is exactly how you protect a middle table slot.
Lakanga Sali is still keeping fourth alive with a controlled green session, and that steady profile is what stops the lower board from turning into a late ambush.
Jayaveer 116 is still out front, but Chitta's red session and Boov 25 An's tiny cushion make this a real rank defense story, not a clean runaway.
Cheetah has the volume at 5,070 shares, while Boofa 25 has a quieter 2,600. That's aggression versus preservation, and right now neither approach threatens the leader.
Jayaveer 116's 7-stock spread tells you he's playing a broader game than the chasers, and that diversification is helping him stay calm near the top.
Hove 25 and 32 on the day at 2:07 p.m. ET is small, but in a prize race this tight, staying positive is enough to keep third from slipping into chaos.
JEV 116 still sets the pace, but Chit is fighting from second, and Booth 25 and is trying to keep third locked down. So this is a real top 3 pressure test.
Caspin, Cheetah's active 5070 share fight contrasts sharply with B of 25 and's quieter 2600 share day. So one is swinging hard for recovery while the other is defending with restraint.
The recent Lin burst at 2:06 p.m. ET added 736.8 for Jayaveer 116, and that's the kind of late session fuel that keeps the crown defended instead of exposed.
Schroeder's session is fully realized and under pressure, while B by 25N is still positive overall. So the podium fight is really about who protects the cleaner ending.
Jayaveer Madali still sits on top with 18 3K tournament net P&L, and that fresh Lin surge at 2:06 p.m. New York keeps first place looking defended rather than vulnerable.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament net, but the red session means he's defending silver instead of making a clean run at the crown.
Gas Power's SOXL engine has cooled from the earlier blast, but his live gain still keeps him dangerous enough to pressure the middle of the board.
BHUV25 and's Tiny Green Day is doing quiet work in third, because even a small cushion matters when the chasers are still trying to force a mistake.
Manish Kapoor is still carrying the only negative tournament number in the bottom spot, so the next clean trade has to be about survival before any comeback math.
Jayaveer Madali is still the summit anchor, and that fresh Lin lift keeps his tournament cushion defended, while the field is stuck chasing a very expensive first place.
Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament net, but the red live session means he is defending prize position instead of putting any real heat on Jayaveer Madali.
Yash Power is still the loudest live riser, and so XL keeps doing the heavy lifting, which is why his session can still threaten the podium if the tape stays hot.
BWF 25 and is barely green on the day, but that tiny cushion matters because it helps protect third place, while the bigger swings around him keep reshuffling.
Manish Kapoor is still buried at the bottom, and the negative session means every clean trade now is about survival, not fantasy.
Jayaveer Madali is still the reference point at the top, and with his tournament cushion holding near 18,000, the field has to force a much bigger mistake to catch him.
Groaning. Chidambar Raja is still second on the board, but that red live session means he is protecting prize position instead of actually threatening the leader.
Gaspawar has been turning SoXL into a live engine, and that latest burst keeps him dangerous if he can hold the momentum through the last stretch.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX trade is doing real work today, and that steady green session gives him a cleaner route to protect 6th place than the lower pack behind him.
Manish Kapoor is still fighting from the wrong side of the board, so every decision now has to stop the bleed before the closing hour gets brutal.
Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and that late NVDA lift at 2:17 p.m. New York adds another layer of insulation for first place.
Roaming Chidambar Raja is still second overall, but the red live session means he is protecting prize position instead of putting real heat on the leader.
Gasping Kaktikar has turned one NFLX entry into a real climb, and that clean green burst keeps him relevant for the podium conversation.
Yash Pawar is still carrying a strong live session from SOXL, and that earlier explosion is what keeps him dangerous, even without the top two's cushion.
Manish Kapoor is still stuck near the bottom, so the mission now is simple. Stop the damage before the close turns survival into a real problem.
Jayaveer Madali still owns the top spot, and his NVDA strength at 2:17 p.m. New York keeps the gap wide enough that chasers need more than a clean trade to threaten first.
Chidambar Raja is still second on tournament PNL, but that red live session means he is defending prize position instead of putting any real heat on the leader.
Yash Pawar's SOXL run is still the loudest momentum story on the board, and a live gain like that keeps him dangerous for the podium if he protects the trade.
Lakangarosani is holding a modest green session, and that matters more than it looks because steady progress is exactly what keeps the middle of the table from getting chaotic.
Jayaveer Madali still owns the top spot at 2:20 p.m. New York, and that NVDA strength is quietly turning first place into a fortress instead of a target.
Chidambar Raja is still second overall, but the red live session means he is defending prize position instead of actually threatening the leader.
Yash Pawar's SOXL burst keeps him alive in the podium fight, because that kind of aggressive upside can erase a lot of leaderboard distance fast.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX run is still clean at 2:20 p.m. New York, and a one-stock winner like that keeps his session simple, while others are juggling bigger drawdown risk.
Manish Kapoor is still carrying a red tournament profile near the bottom, so every new trade now has to be about survival first and scoreboard dreams second.
Jayaveer Madali still owns first place by a wide tournament margin, and the new NVDA lift at 1:17 p.m. New York just reinforces that his lead is being actively defended.
Groaning Chidambar Raja is still hanging on to second on tournament PNL, but the red live session means he is defending prize position instead of threatening the leader.
Gasping BF25 and Steiny Green Day is enough to keep third place steady, and with the podium still within reach, that little cushion matters more than a loud swing.
Yash Pawar's SOXL run is the biggest live momentum story below the top two, and that kind of surge keeps him dangerous if he can stop the session from slipping.
Manish Kapoor is still fighting from the back of the pack, so the next decision has to be about survival first and rank repair only after that.
Javier Madali is still setting the pace on tournament PNL, and that late surge keeps first place insulated while everyone else is forced into riskier math with under 2 hours left.
Groaning Chidambara Raja still holds second on the board, but the red live session means he is protecting rank instead of making a real run at the leader.
Gasping Pudi for 25 and Tiny Green Day is enough to keep third place alive. And with the podium so close, every clean decision now matters more than any flashy swing.
Yash Pawar's SOXL burst at 1:44 p.m. New York changed the tone completely, because that one trade turns his session from survival mode into a genuine leaderboard chase.
Manish Kapoor is still stuck near the bottom of the standings, so at this stage every new decision has to repair the session before it can repair the rank.
Javier Madali still owns first on tournament PNL, and that 18th 3K tournament cushion means the chasers need more than a good hour. They need a full-blown break in the leader's armor.
Groaning. That same NFLX run is doing more than padding the day. It gives Abhijit Kaktikar a clean cushion over the lower half and keeps him from getting dragged into late session panic.
Yash Pawar sits fourth overall, and the SOXL fuel from earlier is why he still looks dangerous enough to challenge the podium if the top three hesitate.
Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament points, but that live red session means he is defending prize position right now, not pressing for the win.
Javier Madali is still the tournament benchmark, and that 18th 3K cumulative lead means the chasers need more than a hot session to crack the top spot.
At 2:17 p.m. New York, NVDA gave Javier Madali another huge lift, and that kind of repeat support is turning first place into a fortress instead of a target.
Gasping BF25 and a Tiny Green session keeps third place alive, and with the podium gap still manageable, every clean decision now matters more than chasing chaos.
Yash Pawar has converted SOXL into real session fuel, and that matters because a strong intraday print gives him breathing room against the traders sitting above him.
Manish Kapoor is still carrying a negative tournament number, so the mission now is survival trading first and scoreboard repair second.
Profile War 07 is still the clear benchmark over Lakan Gursali, and that gap matters because rank 4 is being defended by real profit, not just a lucky late push.
Prof Pawar 07 also brought 12,800 shares versus 760 for La Congressali, and that kind of aggression says one trader is swinging for payout protection while the other is staying compact.
Lakan Gursali's smaller book is the real story on risk because the realized only finish at 2:22 p.m. ET keeps things tidy, but it also leaves far less room to attack the podium.
Javier 116 is still setting the pace in first while Kapoorman sits seventh, and that gap says the tournament is being defended from the front, not chased from behind.
Joim Grown 15's unrealized 3,962.73 at 2:26 p.m. ET means the lead is still floating, but with realized at 0, he is carrying risk on open exposure instead of banking it.
The most important detail for Javier 116 is breadth, 7 stocks traded, so this lead is being built with range and not a single lucky lane.
Kappelman has only one stock in play and 200 shares traded, says the session is concentrated, but the negative result means the risk still has to be cleaned up.
Javier Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and that 18th 3K tournament cushion means every chaser now has to outperform a mountain, not just a man.
Groaning because Chidambara Raja is holding second on tournament points, but the live red day keeps him in defense mode, so he's protecting rank instead of making a move on the leader.
Gash Power's SOXL run is still the cleanest momentum story in the middle of the board because that profit surge gives him real room to press without wrecking his podium push.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX sequence kept building into 2:21 p.m. New York, and that steady green matters because it turns a single good idea into a more durable tournament climb.
Manish Kapoor is still stuck near the bottom with a negative day, so the real fight now is damage control before the final hour turns the leaderboard brutal. Jayaveer 116 versus Chitta is the clean title fight here. First place has $3,955.88 at 2:28 p.m. ET, while second is buried at minus $968.70 and fighting for survival, not leverage.
Gaskin Shooter has traded hard with 5,070 shares across just 2 stocks at 2:28 p.m. ET. So this is an aggressive defense pattern, not a quiet wait-and-see setup.
Jayaveer 116 also has the cleanest swing, from a 3,540.45 trough to a 4,886 peak. And that kind of recovery arc tells you the leader kept building instead of just holding.
Chitta's realized loss at 2:28 p.m. ET means the pressure is already locked in, so every new decision now has to change the narrative faster than the clock changes the room. Jayaveer Madali is still the tournament benchmark at 83K net, and with only an hour and a half left, that cushion forces everyone else into chase mode.
Chidambara Raja is still holding second on tournament points, but the live red session means he cannot afford to miss time one more swing before the finish.
Gasping Kaktikar just stacked another NFLX win at 2:29 p.m. New York, and this one matters because it keeps his session clean while the clock gets uglier for everyone below him.
Bhutav 25. In his tiny green day is still doing strategic work in third place because it keeps the podium defended without forcing any desperate late risk.
Manish Kapoor is still stuck near the back with a negative day, so now it is pure survival mode, and every trade has to be sharper than the last one.
Jayaveer Madali is still towering over the board on tournament points, and that near 18, 3K lead means the chasers need more than a lucky afternoon to change the math.
Kroning Chidambara Raja is still second overall, but that red live day keeps him in defense mode, so every fresh mistake hands the podium hunters a cleaner opening.
Gaspijit Kaktikar is the hottest mover on the tape right now because NFLX has stacked another jump at 2:29 p.m. New York and turned one clean winner into a session engine.
That NFLX sequence matters for Abhijit Kaktikar's rank, since the move has been repeatable instead of random, and repeatable strength is what survives into the final hour.
Manish Kapoor is still trapped in cleanup mode, and with the live day negative, he has to stop the damage first before he can even think about a leaderboard swing.
BHWAV 25 and ends. Small live gain is quietly doing ranking work in third, because a modest positive session can be enough to keep the podium from turning into a scramble.
And that NFLX strength for Abhijit Kaktikar matters because it gives him breathing room late, which is exactly how a lower half trader starts clawing back leverage.
Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and that fresh NVDA burst at 2:26 p.m. New York keeps first place defended by active offense, not passive breathing room.
RBG Cocticar's NFLX run just hit another gear at 2:31 p.m. New York. And that matters because the late push strengthens his cushion instead of asking for a desperate rescue trade.
HUV25 and he's still sitting third on tournament score, and even a tiny green session is strategically useful here because it keeps the podium from becoming a free-for-all.
That NVDA follow-through for Javier Madali is the kind of insulation chasers hate, because every fresh lift widens the gap without forcing him into reckless size.
Javier Madali is still setting the pace at the top, and that 18 3K plus tournament cushion means everyone else is chasing podium math, not the crown.
Gasping NFLX has been a steady escalator for Abhijit Kaktikar all afternoon, and that repeated strength matters because it gives him room to hold the line without forcing a desperate new trade.
Elin also added to Javier Madali's day earlier, so this is not a single stock miracle, it is breadth, and breadth is what makes a lead hard to pry open.
Yash Pawar is still the live chaser in fourth, and with more than $2,000 on the session, he has the firepower to pressure the podium if the last hour stays volatile.
Manish Kapoor is still in rescue mode at the bottom, and with a red tournament line, every decision now has to be measured because one sloppy swing can erase the day's chance to recover.
Javier Madali is still the tournament benchmark, and that 18 3K cushion means first place is about protecting altitude now, not hunting extra drama.
Groaning. Javier Madali's NVDA and Lin work is doing the ugly job of stacking protection because the leader can afford to be boring while everyone else burns energy.
Gas Pawar is still sitting on a big live day, and with 2K on the board, he's not just hanging around fourth, he's keeping real pressure on the podium pack.
Chidhambara Raja remains second on tournament score, but the red live session makes that silver medal feel defensive instead of commanding.
That NFLX momentum is doing real leaderboard work for Abhijit Kaktikar because one strong name keeps his session green without forcing him into wild risk.
Javier Madali still owns the summit, and with 18th 3K in tournament profit at 2:34 p.m. New York, the whole table is chasing his cushion instead of the crown.
Abhijit Kaktikar is the cleanest active story on the board right now, because NFLX has stacked a series of wins and turned one trade into real breathing room.
Gasping at 2:32 p.m. New York, Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX position jumped again, and that matters because it keeps him from sliding back into the pack while the clock keeps draining.
Yash Pawar's live day is holding up well enough to stay dangerous, but he needs more than a good number if he wants to pressure the podium before the close.
That NFLX streak is the difference between a quiet finish and a leaderboard climb because Abhijit Kaktikar is finally turning one clean idea into compounding pressure.
Javier Madali is still the standard at the top, and with 18 3K in tournament profit, everyone else is measuring risk against a very expensive first place.
Groaning. Javier Madali didn't need to swing for the fences, and the NVDA lift at 2:26 p.m. New York shows why. The leader is insulating the cushion instead of chasing drama.
Yash Pawar's session is still carrying real punch, and that 2TK day total keeps him in the kind of range where one more good burst can threaten the podium.
Be it V25 and is hanging on to third with a tiny live gain, and that matters because the smallest cushion can still hold off the chasers if the risk stays controlled.
Jayaveer Madali still holds the tournament summit, and that 18th 35K cushion means the whole room is now measuring risk against his lead, not trying to catch a dip.
Groaning. The bigger story is that Abhijit's entire day is now leaning on one name. So NFLX is doing the heavy lifting while the rest of the board watches for a wobble.
Gasping Javier's NVDA ad at 2:26 p.m. New York pushed his session even higher. And that matters because the leader is still finding upside without having to force a desperate trade.
NVDA and Lin have both padded Jayaveer's cushion today, which is exactly how a first-place trader protects rank. Multiple contributors, less single-stock fragility.
Chitambara Raja is still second on tournament points, but the negative live day keeps him in defense mode, which is a dangerous place when the leader won't blink.
Jayaveer Madali just stretched the tournament lead again, and that 18th 3K plus cushion means the top of the board is turning into a fortress, not a target.
NVDA just added another huge lift for Jayaveer Madali at 2:38 p.m. New York, and that kind of push is pure insulation when everybody else is trying to close distance.
Jayaveer Madali is still the tournament anchor, and that 18th 4K lead means first place is now about defending territory, while the rest of the field fights for scraps. Jayaveer Madali still owns first place on tournament net PNL today, and with that cushion above 18,000, the chase is now about closing gaps, not dreaming of a takeover.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still holding second on tournament points, but that red live session means he's defending silver with bruises instead of pressure.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX streak is the cleanest fast riser on the board, and a single strong runner like that can turn a modest rank into a real podium conversation.
BHUV 25 and is still protecting third with a tiny live gain, and that matters because a small positive day can be enough when the podium gap is tight.
Manish Kapoor is the one staring down the clock now, because a negative day with limited time left turns every decision into damage control.
Jayaveer Madali is still fortress-like at the top, and the fresh NVDA lift at 2:40 p.m. New York only makes that tournament lead harder to attack.
Groaning Chidambara, Raja is still second on tournament points, but that red live session keeps him defending silver instead of threatening the leader.
Gasping V of 25 and Tiny Green session is still doing real podium work because third place stays protected when the chase pack can't force him into a mistake.
Yash Power's live book is doing the opposite of fading, and that strong session keeps him close enough to pressure the names above him.
Height 2:40 p.m. New York. Jayaveer Madali's NVDA strength is basically leader insurance because chasers need something dramatic just to dent that cushion.
NFLX is the cleanest momentum read on Abhijit Kaktikar's board right now, and that matters because one strong name can keep a small book from getting squeezed late.
Jayaveer 116 is still the benchmark at rank 1, but Anusha 25_12 is the only chaser with a real charge, while Kapoorman is fighting to keep the gap from widening further.
Anusha 25_12 has the cleaner posture, unrealized cushion, no realized drag, and a rank 6 climb, whereas Kapoorman is carrying realized losses with no upside buffer left.
Jayaveer 116 is playing a different game entirely. That giant unrealized stack keeps first place insulated, and the recent NVDA lift at 2:40 p.m. ET adds another layer of protection.
Jayaveer Majidul just extended the lead again, and that NVDA strength at 2:43 p.m. New York keeps the top slot fortified while everyone else is forced into chase mode.
Chidambara Raja is still hanging on to second by tournament score, but the ugly live session means he's defending silver with damage control instead of real upward pressure.
Yash Power's podium push is still alive, and the live gains behind him mean rank 4 is becoming a serious threat instead of just a nice-looking number.
BTUVF 25 Anand's third place hold is quieter, but that tiny green session matters because it keeps the podium stable while the bigger swings keep shaking below the surface.
That NVDA follow-through at 2:40 p.m. New York is exactly why the leader looks untouchable now, because every extra push makes the gap feel less like a lead and more like a wall.
Jayaveer Madali is still miles ahead on tournament net PNL to date, and this latest NVDA surge at 2:43 p.m. New York keeps the first place cushion feeling almost ceremonial.
Chidambara Raja is still holding second on tournament points, but that ugly live session means he is defending silver with bruises instead of building pressure on the leader.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX run is the cleanest late session spark outside the podium because back-to-back wins give him breathing room and keep the afternoon from turning into a rescue mission.
VHUV 25 Ain is still quietly third overall, and a tiny green live day is enough to keep that podium spot tidy without forcing him into the noise above him.
Manish Kapoor is still the one under the most pressure, because a negative tournament base means every decision now has to be about survival, not style.
Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and with a 18th 3K tournament cushion, first place is protected while everyone else is scrambling for a path upward.
And now, Leonard 2:45 p.m. New York adds another clean push for Jayaveer Madali, which is exactly how the leader avoids sloppy risk while the clock keeps draining.
Gasping Chidambara Raja is still holding second on tournament points, but that red live session means he is defending the silver spot instead of throwing punches at the summit.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX run is doing exactly what a smaller book needs,
and that tiny green
because
session
that
matters because he can
2:42
protect the
p.m. New
podium
York
without getting
pop
dragged
adds
into the bigger
cushion
swings.
and keeps the afternoon from turning into
Yash
a
Pawar
repair
is
job.
still the most dangerous chaser, and that hefty live gain keeps rank 4 in striking distance of the podium if the top names hesitate.
Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and that nearly 18.4K tournament cushion means everyone else is chasing placement, not the crown.
Groaning. Chidambara Raja is protecting second place on cumulative points, but today's red session keeps him in defense mode instead of applying real pressure upward.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX trade just gave him a clean lift, and that matters because a fresh winner can stabilize a session that only needs one more smart decision.
And now, Lynn adds another surge for Jayaveer Madali at 2:45 p.m. New York, which is exactly the kind of late session reinforcement that shuts the door on a comeback.
Jayaveer Madali's grip on first is still ironclad, and that 3K plus tournament cushion means the field has shifted from hunting him to just surviving the chase.
Groaning Chidambara Raja still owns second on the tournament sheet, but today's red session means he's defending the silver spot rather than making any real run at the throne.
Gaspoir's live session is getting a serious lift from SOXL, and that kind of intraday push keeps him dangerous enough to pressure the names just above him.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX pop at 2:47 p.m. New York is more than a nice score, because it turns a one-trade day into a cleaner, more defensible afternoon.
Manish Kapoor is still in rescue mode, and with the clock running down, every decision now has to slow the bleed instead of chasing a miracle.
Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and that 3K plus tournament cushion means the field is fighting for second place leverage more than a full overthrow.
Chidambara Raja still holds second on cumulative score, but today's red session leaves him defending rank instead of threatening the leader, and that is a very expensive posture.
Yash Pawar is still the active chaser, and that strong session total keeps him within striking distance of the podium, while the top two are busy protecting their own turf.
Manish Kapoor is still the one trader carrying clear downside pressure, so with just over an hour left, every decision now has to be about stopping damage before it hardens.
Jayaveer Madali is still miles clear at the top, and that NVDA strength is doing leaderboard math, not just adding cash, because it keeps first place sealed under pressure.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still sitting second overall, but his red live session means he's defending rank with one hand tied while the chasers get a little more room to breathe.
Gasping for 25 and's tiny green session is quiet, but that's exactly why it matters now, because third place is being held together by discipline instead of a wild swing.
Abhijit Kaktikar finally has NFLX working for him, and the 2:47 p.m. New York pop gives that one trade profile real recovery value instead of leaving him in damage control mode.
Manish Kapoor is still carrying the bottom end pressure, and with a negative tournament total, every decision now is about survival first and any comeback story a distant second.
Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and the latest NVDA burst at 2:43 p.m. New York keeps first place feeling like a fortress rather than a lead.
Groaning, Chidambara Raja still owns second on tournament AAPL today, but today's negative session means he's defending the podium instead of leaning on the leader.
Gasping 25 and tiny green day is still doing real work in third, because a small live gain is enough to keep the chase pack from sniffing that podium seat.
Yash Pawar is still the loudest intraday hunter, and his SOXL run keeps him dangerous, because that kind of pace can rewrite the podium math in one late push.
Manish Kapoor is still carrying the only clearly negative tournament profile here, so this late stretch is about damage control before the session hardens further.
Jayaveer Madali is still the standard at the top, and that tournament net P&L today near 18,000 means every chase has to be aggressive without getting reckless.
Chidambara Raja is still second on cumulative score, but that red live session turns him into a defender, not a hunter, which is a miserable way to spend the afternoon.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX run is the cleanest recovery story on the board, because that fresh lift at 2:51 p.m. New York gives him a firmer base after a very small book.
Manish Kapoor is still carrying the weakest tournament profile here, so with time shrinking into the close, he needs a clean response instead of more damage control.
Jayaveer Madali is still the pace setter on tournament net P&L to date, and that fresh NVDA extension at 2:53 p.m. New York keeps first place looking insulated from the chase.
Chidambara Raja is still holding second by cumulative score, but that red live session means every minute now is about defending the podium instead of hunting the top spot.
Gaspin 25 and his tiny green day is doing real work in third, because when the leaderboard is this tight, even a small cushion can stop a late collapse into the pack.
Yash Pawar's intraday surge is still the loudest pressure point. Live strength keeps him dangerous enough to force the leaders to keep watching their backs.
Manish Kapoor is still the only trader here carrying a negative live session, so the clock is squeezing him into survival mode instead of any real leaderboard push.
Javier 116 is still the benchmark in first, but Chitta is carrying a red session, while Booth 25 in it stays quietly positive. So this podium fight is really about defense versus survival versus control.
Javier 116 is sitting on 7 stocks traded, while Buff 25 and only has 2, and that contrast shows 2 very different books, one built for breadth, one built for precision.
Chidambara Raja is still holding second overall, but his negative live session means every new decision now has to be defensive, not ambitious, with the podium still under pressure.
Abhijit Kaktikar has NFLX doing the heavy lifting again, and with only one trade on the day, that winner matters because it keeps sixth from turning into pure survival mode.
BHUV 25
NVDA
and's tiny
strength for
green
Javier
session is not
Madali
flashy,
doing
but at
leaderboard
this
armor,
stage of the
because
tournament,
repeated
it is
upside
exactly
like
the
this
kind of
turns first
controlled
place
result
into a wall
that protects
instead
third
of a
place
target.
from a reckless swing.
Gronin Kapoor is still below water on the day, and with less than an hour left, the priority is damage control before that red session becomes a tournament problem.
Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and that fresh NVDA push at 2:53 p.m. New York keeps first place insulated, while the chasers stay stuck behind the wall.
Groaning. Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament net P&L today, but the red live session means he is defending podium territory instead of taking a swing at the leader.
Yash Power is still carrying a strong live day, and even though the podium chase is tight, that kind of session heat keeps him dangerous if the leaders hesitate.
Manish Kapoor is still under pressure near the bottom, so every late decision has to be cleaner than the last if he wants to avoid letting the tournament math get uglier.
Javier Madley is still setting the pace at the top, and that fresh NVDA lift at 2:40 p.m. New York keeps first place looking insulated rather than merely ahead.
Chidambara Raja's second place tournament total is solid, but the negative live session means he's spending the afternoon defending the podium instead of hunting the leader.
Josh Powart's session is getting real shape from SOXL, and that matters because a strong intraday burst is how he keeps fourth place within striking distance of the podium.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX streak is the cleanest late session climb on the board, and it gives sixth place a real base instead of a survival patch.
Manish Kapoor still needs a cleaner finish because the red live red and the lower table rank mean every new trade has to earn back trust fast.
Javier Madley still owns the top rung at 18. 3K tournament net PNL. And with less than an hour left, that NVDA cushion looks built to survive pressure rather than invite it.
Groaning, Chidambara Raja is still holding second on tournament standing, but the red live session means he's defending the podium instead of forcing a real run at the leader.
Yash Pawar sits fourth with the strongest live session among the chasers, and that kind of intraday fuel keeps him dangerous if the names above slip.
Light Gangusali is hanging on to fifth with a small positive session, and that matters because even a modest gain can keep the middle pack ladder from collapsing. Jayaveer 116 versus Capelmore is a full split screen battle. First place is riding a huge unrealized cushion at 3:02 p.m. ET, while seventh is still trying to stop the slide.
Jayaveer 116's latest push at 2:56 p.m. ET matters because it lifted the lead above 4,000 and turned every remaining hour into a defense of the crown.
The peak to trough swing for Jayaveer 116 shows control, not chaos. He's kept the equity curve high after the morning base, and that steadiness is why first still looks insulated.
Gasping, this matchup is leader versus chaser in pure tournament terms. Javier 116 is protecting price position leverage, and Kaperman is trying to keep the gap from turning into a knockout.
Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and that fresh NVDA lift at 3:02 p.m. New York pushes his tournament cushion even farther from the chasers.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still second overall, but the live red session means he's spending late afternoon protecting rank instead of putting the leader under real pressure.
Nugget Brooks of 25 and Tiny Green Day matters more than it looks because third place is being held together by discipline, not by a flashy burst that invites extra variance.
Manish Kapoor is still stuck at the bottom, and with a negative tournament total, every remaining minute is about finding survival trades instead of dreaming about a climb.
Jayaveer Madali is still the tournament benchmark, and that 18 4K net cushion means the chasers are now fighting for the scraps around first, not the throne itself.
Chidambara Raja is still hanging on to second on tournament net, but the negative day keeps him in defense mode, where every mistake is another opening for the field.
Yash Pawar is still the loudest mover in the chase pack, and that strong leave session gives him room to attack the podium instead of just protecting fourth.
Jayaveer Madali's NVDA and Lin's strength shows a leader with multiple engines, and that diversification is exactly what makes the top spot so hard to dislodge late.
Manish Kapoor is still the only trader in the red at the bottom, so the rest of his afternoon is less about comeback dreams and more about damage control.
Jayaveer Madali still owns first on tournament net, and that NVDA burst at 3:02 p.m. New York adds another layer of insulation while the chasers fight for daylight.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still second overall, but the negative live day keeps him in protection mode, so every mistake now matters more than any heroic chase.
Gas Power still has the hottest live session among the chasers, and that big intraday cushion keeps fourth place dangerous enough to threaten the podium if momentum snaps back.
BOGV225 and Tiny Green Day is doing quiet defensive work in third, because a modest cushion is often enough to keep the podium door from swinging open.
Manish Kapoor is still the only trader in the red at the bottom, so the final stretch is about finding one clean move that keeps the session alive, instead of unraveling it.
Jayaveer Madali is still the standard at the top, and with 18 5K tournament net as of 3:05 p.m. New York, that NVDA strength keeps first place feeling controlled, not contested.
Groaning, Chidambara Raja is still sitting second on tournament net, but the red live session means he's defending payout position instead of putting any real pressure on the leader.
Jayaveer Madali is still the summit anchor, and that 18 5K tournament net puts a very tall wall between first place and everyone trying to make a late charge.
Groaning. Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament net, but the red session means he is defending prize position instead of actually hunting Jayavir Madali.
Yash Power's live gain is still doing the heavy lifting, and with SOXL in the mix, he remains one clean burst away from forcing the podium conversation.
12:25 Tiny Green session matters more than it looks because that cushion helps protect third place, while the chasers keep throwing volatility at the board.
That NVDA burst at 3:02 p.m. New York added a fresh wall of profit for Jayavir Madali, and it is exactly the kind of fuel that makes first place look untouchable.
Jayavir Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and that 18 5K tournament net puts him in fortress mode with barely 52 minutes left on the clock.
At 3:07 p.m. New York, Jayavir Madali got another Lin boost, and that fresh $653.70 lift keeps first place expanding instead of just surviving.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament net, but that live red session means he's defending silver instead of putting any heat on the leader.
BH Uvu 25. N's Tiny Green Day matters more than it looks, because third place stays protected when the middle of the table keeps getting noisy.
Harsh Kapoor stays in the danger lane at the bottom, so the only thing that really changes his story now is whether he can finish clean before the bell.
Jayavir 116 versus Chidit is the headline fight right now. First place has a wide cushion, while second is still trying to stop the slide before the podium picture gets any uglier.
Jayavir 116's lead is built on breadth, not just one hot name, and that 7-stock footprint makes the top spot much harder for chasers to attack cleanly.
ABOT 116 is still the benchmark at number 1, and that 4,207.75 tournament P&L at 3:10 p.m. ET gives the chasers a mountain instead of a target.
BHUS 25 and is the only one of the two chase names with a clean green total, but Jayavir 116's lead is so much larger that third place is still about survival, not a real surge.
That Lin burst at 3:10 p.m. ET is doing the job for Jayavir 116 because it reinforces the lead without forcing him into a high-risk, all-out scramble.
Cheetah's 5,070 shares traded at 3:10 p.m. ET show real aggression, but with only 2 stocks in play, that intensity is buying activity without any scoreboard rescue yet.
At 3:10 p.m. New York, Lin just shoved another $685 into Javier Madalee's day, and that kind of late reinforcement turns first place into a locked door.
Gaspin Kaktikar's NFLX run is the cleanest momentum story in the middle of the pack because a single strong name is keeping his session simple and climbing.
NVDA was the earlier engine for Jayavir Madalee, and that kind of multi-stock strength matters because it shows the lead is built on depth, not one lucky burst.
Manish Kapoor is still trying to dig out of the red, so the real story now is damage control before the close turns a rough day into a worse one.
Jayavir Madalee is still the name to beat, and that 18 5K tournament total at 3:13 p.m. New York keeps first place feeling more like a locked vault than a lead.
Tambara Raja is holding second on tournament score, but that negative live day means he is defending prize position instead of actually pressuring the front row.
Gaspijit Kaktikar just turned NFLX into a real engine, and that fresh 3:13 p.m. New York burst keeps him relevant for the podium chase with time still on the clock.
BLUV 25, a news, barely green on the day, but that tiny cushion still matters because third place stays alive as long as he keeps the session from rolling over.
Jayavir Madalee still sits on a towering tournament cushion at 3:14 p.m. New York, and that kind of lead means the chasers are fighting geometry, not just profit.
Kijan Barbara Raja is still second on tournament net, but the live session is red, so he's defending payout position instead of throwing a punch at the top.
Gasping Kaktikar just ripped NFLX higher again at 3:14 p.m. New York, and that follow-through turns one stock into a real podium threat.
The NFLX sequence matters because Abhijit Kaktikar has been stepping it up all afternoon, and repeated upside here keeps him ahead of the lower pack's noise.
Manish Kapoor remains under pressure in the live session, and with less than an hour left, every decision now is about damage control, not heroics.
Jayavir Madalee still owns the summit with an 18.5K tournament mark, and with only 44 minutes left, that cushion is starting to look like a lock rather than a lead.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still second on the board, but the live red session means he is defending prize money instead of throwing punches at the leader.
Gasping Kaktikar just stacked back-to-back NFLX gains at 2:13 and 2:14 p.m. New York, and that kind of repeat push turns one clean idea into real podium pressure.
The important nuance is breadth. Jayavir Madalee has already worked both NVDA and Lin today, so this lead is built on multiple engines, not a single fragile trade.
Lekhan Ghasali is quietly staying positive while the middle of the table shakes, and that steady grip can still steal position if the bigger names start blinking late.
Jayaveer Madali is still the mountain at the top, and with his tournament cushion now pushing past 18,500, the chase pack needs a flawless finish to make this interesting.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still second overall, but that red session means he is defending prize position instead of actually pressuring the leader, and that is a very different kind of fight.
BH25N is holding third with only a tiny live gain, and that narrow cushion matters because he is protecting position rather than building a bigger buffer.
Manish Kapoor is still fighting from the wrong side of the board, so the last 40 minutes are about damage control, not fancy heroics.
Jayaveer Madali is still sitting on a towering tournament cushion, and that matters because first place is now protected by accumulated strength, not just one hot intraday swing.
Groaning Chidambara is still second on the board, but that negative live session means he is defending his prize position instead of putting real heat on the leader.
Gaspi Jeet Kaktikar's NFLX streak is the sharpest momentum story right now, because one concentrated winner is giving him real breathing room and keeping him dangerous for the podium chase.
Deep Shuvef 25 and is barely positive on the day, but that tiny cushion still matters, because third place stays intact as long as he avoids giving back the narrow edge.
Manish Kapoor is still in the red near the bottom, so the priority now is damage control because the close is too near for loose risk to survive.
Jayaveer Madali is still controlling the top seat, and that 18.5K tournament total means the crown is defended by distance, not by hesitation.
Red, the Bijit Kartikar has turned NFLX into a repeatable engine, and the pattern matters because it keeps sixth place from feeling like a one-bid lottery ticket.
Gasping Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament points, but the live red session means every decision now has to protect rank instead of chasing glory.
Jayaveer Madali still owns the crown on tournament net PNL today, and with more than 18,500 locked up, the chase now looks mathematical rather than emotional.
Gasping Kaktikar's NFLX burst at 2:25 p.m. New York just shoved him deeper into the green, and that matters because sixth place is now built on real momentum, not hope.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament points, but that negative live session means he cannot just admire the podium, he has to defend it through the close.
BHUV25's tiny positive day is quietly doing rank work in third, because when the gap tightens late, even a modest cushion can separate a podium seat from a scramble.
NFLX has been the cleanest lift on the board for Abhijit Kaktikar, and repeated strength like that is what turns a single good trade into a safer tournament finish.
Jayaveer 116 is still setting the pace in first, while Chidda is in chase mode at second, and that rank gap makes every new trade a math problem before it becomes a scoreboard story.
Jayaveer 116 session is improving without much activity, and that low share posture tells you the leader is collecting upside while keeping the tape from forcing a mistake.
At 2:16 p.m. ET, Jayaveer 116 got a fresh boost from NVDA and Lund, and that combo matters because the leader is still finding acceleration without stretching into reckless size.
Khida's path is the opposite problem. Active trading, negative realized PNL, and no unrealized cushion left, which means every late decision has to work instantly.
Jayaveer 116 is still the benchmark at the top, and that unrealized heavy cushion means the leader is defending altitude without needing desperate size this late in the session.
The contrast gets sharper in risk posture too. Jayaveer 116 has no realized drag, while Chidda has already locked in losses, so the chaser has to swing harder just to change the math.
Chidda is trading like a volume cannon, and that 5070 share footprint across just two stocks shows aggression, but it has not translated into leaderboard leverage yet.
Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at first place, and the real edge is consistency, a huge unrealized cushion with no realized drag. At 3:29 p.m. ET keeps the crown protected.
Chidda's active, high-share session is trying to claw back ground, but Buff 25's quieter profile has stayed above water and keeps third place much steadier.
Jayaveer Madali has the size and the upside buffer, while BF25N is playing the safer podium defense. That contrast is why the top and third are moving on totally different risk curves.
At 3:16 p.m. ET, Jayaveer Madali got a fresh lift from Elian, and that matters because it reinforces first place without forcing him into a frantic late-day rescue trade.
Chidda's best shot now is clean execution, because the negative tournament base leaves almost no room for another sloppy swing before the bell.
Jayavar Madali still owns the top spot on tournament net P&L today, and that 6K cushion means the crown is protected by math, not by hope.
Abhijit Kaktikar keeps squeezing more out of NFLX, and that repeated lift turns one trade into a real anchor for holding 5th place into the close.
Groaning. Yash Pawar's live gain is still loud enough to keep pressure on the podium because he is close enough to attack the top 3 instead of just defending 4th.
Chidambara Raja is still second by tournament score, but that negative session means the silver medal is being defended with caution rather than momentum.
Manish Kapoor is still underwater in 7th, and with no real buffer on the board, every decision now has to be about survival first.
Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and that 18,000 plus tournament cushion means the rest of the board is fighting for distance, not control.
At 3:30 p.m. New York, Jayaveer Madali's MVDA surge added another 1,500 plus to the live day, and that kind of lift keeps first place sealed tight.
Trendembara Raja is holding second on tournament score, but that ugly live session means he's defending silver with bruises instead of building a real challenge.
Drop 25 and ends. Tiny Green live day is quietly doing ranking work in 3rd because a modest session keeps the podium from turning into a scramble.
Manish Kapoor is still in cleanup mode at the bottom, and with a negative tournament base, every remaining decision has to be about survival first.
Yash Pawar is still sitting on a strong live gain, and that matters because rank 4 is close enough to pressure the podium if the leaders hesitate.
Jayaveer Madali is still setting the pace, and that 6K tournament total means first place is about protection now, not improvisation under pressure.
Gasping Kaktikar's NFLX stack at 3:31 p.m. New York is the loudest momentum story on the board, because one name is carrying his whole session with real efficiency.
Groaning. Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament score, but the live session being negative means he's defending silver with bruises instead of real breathing room.
Yab 225 and small green day matters, because 3rd place is being held with balance, and that keeps the podium picture stable while others take bigger swings.
The repeated NFLX hits tell you Abhijit Kaktikar isn't just lucky on one print. He's built a session engine that keeps rank pressure squarely on the chasers.
Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and that 6K tournament cushion means the whole room is now trading for 2nd place leverage, not 1st place dreams.
Groaning. Chidambara Raja is holding second on tournament points, but that red live session leaves him defending silver with bruises instead of building a real chase on the leader.
NVDA already padded Jayaveer Madali earlier, and with MMM joining the mix, his tournament profile looks less fragile and far better protected against one-stock slip risk.
Yash Pawar's live gain still keeps 4th place dangerous, and with only 27 minutes left, that kind of pressure can flip the podium math fast.
Jayaveer 116 is still setting the pace at 3:34 p.m. ET, while Chida is fighting from 2nd. That gap is now about control versus recovery, not a coin flip.
Groaning. Cheetah is sitting on minus 968.7 at 3:34 p.m. ET, and that realized drawdown means every new decision has to be cleaner just to stop the slide from defining the finish.
Jayaveer 116 also showed a wider swing, from 3,540.45 to a 4,869.08 peak, and that kind of range says the lead was built with real acceleration, not a single lucky print.
With only 26 minutes left, Jayaveer 116 is playing defense on first, while Chida needs a sharp late turn just to keep the silver chase from fading out.
Javier Medali still sits alone at the top on tournament net PNL today, and with only 25 minutes left, that lead is being protected instead of chased.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX run keeps stacking gains at 3:34 p.m. New York, and that repeated burst is turning one sharp trade into real leaderboard insurance.
Trundambara Raja is still second on tournament points, but a red live session means he's defending silver with damage control instead of real pressure on the leader.
Gasping Put 25 and Tiny Green session is doing quiet podium work right now, because third place stays safer when the chase back can't force a bigger swing.
Manish Kapoor is the one living closest to the edge because a negative tournament base and a red day leave almost no margin before the close.
Javier Medali is still the benchmark at the top, and the latest session gains keep his tournament lead looking expensive for everyone else to challenge.
That MMM burst at 3:31 p.m. New York gives Javier Medali another layer of insulation, so first place stays protected without needing any panic trade.
Groaning. At 3:34 p.m. New York, NFLX is still doing all the heavy lifting for Abhijit Kaktikar, which means the setup is strong but also dangerously dependent on one name.
Chidambara Raja is still holding second on tournament net PNL to date, but that red live session means he's defending silver instead of throwing punches at the leader.
Manish Kapoor is still the one under the most squeeze because a negative tournament base with limited time left turns every decision into pure survival mode.
Javier Medali is still the tournament anchor, and the combination of a massive cumulative lead with fresh intraday gains means first place remains a fortress, not a target.
Groaning. Javier's separate pushes in NVDA and MMM show a leader who is diversifying the cushion instead of leaning on one lucky tape, which is exactly how you keep chasers miserable.
Yash Pawar's intraday gain keeps him in the hunt for a podium squeeze because that kind of live strength means rank 4 can still influence the top 3 conversation.
Manish Kapoor is still carrying the toughest tournament base, so every remaining decision has to be damage control first and creativity second with only 23 minutes left.
Javier Medali still holds first on tournament net PNL today, and with an 18,000 plus cushion, the chase pack is fighting for second-order scraps, not a real takeover.
Trundambara Raja is still safely second on tournament score, but that red live session means he's defending silver with bruises instead of pressing the leader.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX streak is the loudest momentum build on the board, and the repeated pushes around 2:37 p.m. New York show real control, not luck.
Put 25 and as Tiny Green Day is doing quiet work in third, because holding the podium matters more than chasing fireworks when the clock is this tight.
Manish Kapoor is still stuck under pressure in 7th, and with a negative tournament base, every late trade has to be a rescue mission, not a gamble.
Javier Medali is still the benchmark at the top, and with tournament net PNL to date north of 18,000, the rest of the board is chasing a fortress, not a free edge.
Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament score, but the red live session means he's defending silver with bruises instead of putting pressure on the leader.
Yash Pawar's live gain is the reason fourth place still matters, because that kind of session strength keeps the podium pressure real all the way into the close.
That NFLX sequence is more than a single burst. It's a hold-the-line pattern, and with only about 20 minutes left, Abhijit Kaktikar gets real breathing room.
Manish Kapoor is still working from a negative tournament base, so every late trade has to be cleaner than clean if he wants to stop the slide before the bell.
Jayaveer Madali is still perched on top with a tournament score above 18,000, and that kind of cushion turns the last 20 minutes into pure defense mode.
Groaning. Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament points, but that negative live session means he is defending silver with bruises instead of actually leaning on the leader.
Yash Pawar's live book is still the best-looking chase story outside the podium because that strong session keeps fourth place close enough to become dangerous.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX sequence is the loudest momentum build on the board, and the repeated pushes from 2:25 p.m. onward show a trader protecting a climb, not just taking a lucky pop.
Manish Kapoor is the one still under real pressure because a negative session this late means every remaining trade has to be cleaner than the last.
Jayaveer 116 is still running the table at rank 1, while Kapoorman sits 7th. That gap turns this matchup into defense against desperation, not a real title chase.
Groaning. Jayaveer 116's whole book is unrealized cushion, while Kapoorman has realized loss and no upside buffer left. That is the difference between pressure management and pure damage control.
Kapoorman's trough hit minus 142 at 12:09 p.m. ET, and with 200 shares across just one stock, the profile says concentrated risk instead of broad recovery options.
One trader is defending a lead with zero realized drag. The other is boxed into one stock risk, and that is why this compare is about staying clean versus scrambling late.
Jayaveer Madali is still miles clear on tournament net PNL to date, and the fresh MMM lift at 3:31 p.m. New York adds another layer of insulation as the closing clock starts to matter.
Groaning. Chidambara Raja is still holding second on the tournament board, but that red live session means every late swing is about damage control, not real pressure on the leader.
Yash Pawar's session is still the loudest climb in the chase pack, and with live gains that size, rank 4 has turned into a real podium threat.
Abhijit Kaktikar has been grinding NFLX all afternoon, and that repeated upside keeps 6th place tidy without forcing him into the chaos above him.
Manish Kapoor is still carrying the most obvious survival story on the board, because a negative tournament base means every remaining trade has to be cleaner than the last.
Jayaveer Madali still owns the tournament lead on cumulative PNL, and that late MMM extension at 3:31 p.m. New York keeps his first place cushion feeling more like armor than a gap.
Groaning. Abhijit Kaktikar keeps squeezing NFLX for repeat gains, and that kind of steady grind is how a smaller book protects 6th place without overreaching into the chaos above it.
Chidambara Raja is still holding second on tournament points, but the live red session means he is defending silver from damage control, not mounting a real push at Jayaveer Madali.
Manish Kapoor is carrying the roughest survival story on the board because that negative tournament base means every remaining move has to be cleaner than clean before the bell.
Jayaveer Madali still owns first place on tournament net PNL to date, and that 3:31 p.m. New York MMM extension keeps the leader insulated while the clock starts biting.
Groaning. Abhijit Kaktikar keeps squeezing NFLX for repeat gains, and the 3:37 p.m. New York pop says he is protecting 6th instead of gambling on a bigger swing.
Tolpamana Raja remains second on cumulative points, but the red live session means he is defending silver from damage control rather than truly pressing the leader.
Bihi Chuvi 25 and is keeping third place tidy with a small green session, and that matters because the podium stays stable while the heavier swings hit everyone else below. Jayaveer 116 still leads this compare, and with Cheetah second but sliding and Koppelman back in seventh, the gap says defense for one and survival mode for the other two.
Compare the posture split here. Jayaveer 116 has 7 stocks in play and no realized drag, but Koppelman has just 1 stock and a realized loss, which makes his comeback path far narrower.
Cheetah has 5,070 shares versus Capel Mormon's 200 shows, 2 totally different risk engines. And right now, the heavier book is paying for aggression, while the smaller book just tries to stay alive.
Jayaveer Madali is still the tournament benchmark at the top, and that 5K cumulative cushion means the chasers are fighting for podium scraps, not a true takeover.
Groaning, Chidambara Raja is still holding second on cumulative points, but the live red session means he is defending silver instead of pressuring the leader, and that is a rough posture this late.
Jayaveer Madali's latest MMM extension at 3:31 p.m. New York keeps adding insulation, so first place looks less like a lead and more like a structure built to absorb late pressure.
Manish Kapoor is still carrying the toughest survival story on the board, because that negative tournament base leaves almost no room for sloppy late session risk.
Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and that 5K tournament cushion means the field is chasing a wall, not just a leader, with only minutes left.
Groaning, Chidambara Raja is still holding second on cumulative points, but the red live session turns every late decision into damage control instead of a real charge at first.
Bhvod 25 N has the quiet kind of third-place control, because a small green session and a steady tournament base make that podium spot look earned rather than borrowed. Jayaveer Madali still owns the tournament lead on cumulative PNL, and that 5K base means the chasers are now fighting for scraps of the podium, not the crown.
Groaning, Chidambara Raja is still second on the board, but the red live session says he is defending silver now, not really threatening the leader.
Gas Power's live session is still the loudest climb in the chase pack, and that kind of momentum turns rank 4 into a real podium threat.
The late MMM extension matters because it gave Jayaveer Madali another layer of insulation at 3:31 p.m. New York, right as the clock starts squeezing everyone else.
BHUV 25 in small green session is quietly keeping third place tidy, and that matters because the podium stays stable while the bigger swings hit the field.
Jayaveer Madali's 5K tournament total still sits first, and that late MMM extension at 3:31 p.m. New York keeps the top seat looking fortified as the clock runs thin.
Groaning, Chidambara Raja is still second on cumulative points, but the live red session says he is spending energy defending silver instead of truly hunting the leader.
Abhijit Kaktikar's repeated NFLX strength is the kind of steady engine that protects 6th place, because it builds control without forcing him into reckless late-session swings.
Manish Kapoor still carries the toughest survival story on the board, and that negative tournament base means every remaining decision has to be cleaner than the last.
Jayaveer Madali still owns the tournament lead on cumulative PNL, and that 5K cushion means the chasers are fighting for scraps, not a real takeover.
Groaning, Chidambara Raja sits second on the board, but the red live session means he is defending silver instead of actually pressuring the leader.
Yash Power session is the loudest climb in the chase pack, and that kind of intraday fire keeps rank 4 very much alive in the podium race.
Abhijit Kaktikar keeps grinding NFLX for repeat upside, and that steadiness protects 6th place without forcing him into the chaos above.
Manish Kapoor is still carrying the toughest survival story on the board, because that negative tournament base leaves almost no room for a sloppy late mistake.
Jayaveer Madali still sits first on cumulative tournament P&L, and with just 9 minutes left, that MMM extension from 3:31 p.m. New York keeps the crown looking nailed down.
Groaning, Chidambara Raja is still second on the board, but the red live session means he is defending silver instead of actually hunting the leader.
Yash Power's live session is still the loudest climb in the chase pack, and that kind of momentum keeps 4th place within striking distance of the podium.
BHUV 25 and small green session is doing quiet work at 3rd, because the real value here is stability, while the heavier swings hammer everyone below. Jayaveer Madali still owns first on cumulative P&L, and that 3:31 p.m. New York MMA extension keeps his cushion looking engineered, not accidental, with the close only minutes away.
Groaning, Chidambara Raja is still second on the board, but the red live session means he is defending silver instead of leaning into a real push at the leader.
Yash Power's live session is still the loudest climb in the chase pack, and that kind of intraday fire is what can turn 4th place into a podium threat fast.
BO QV 25 and's tiny green session matters less for the number itself and more for the fact that 3rd place stays protected while the heavier swings hit the field above.
That MMM burst is doing more than padding the scorecard, because every fresh game makes the 1st place seat feel harder to touch as the clock burns down.
Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and with the close just minutes away, that 18th 6K tournament cushion is turning 1st place into a fortress.
Groaning, Chidambara Raja is holding second on cumulative points, but that red live session means he is spending the final stretch on defense instead of hunting the leader.
Yash Power's live push is still the loudest climb in the chase pack, and that kind of session momentum keeps rank 4 dangerous all the way to the bell.
BGUV 25 and is quietly protecting 3rd with a small green session, and that matters because steady control is usually the best answer when the podium is this close.
That MMM extension for Jayaveer Madali at 3:31 p.m. New York keeps the lead insulated, so the chasers are staring at a wall instead of a weakness.
Jayaveer 116 is still first and Kapoorman sits 7th, so this compares really leader protection against survival mode, not a clean race for the title.
Join. At 3:53 p.m. ET, Jayaveer 116 got another lift from Lin, and that kind of late extension keeps his tournament lead insulated instead of exposed.
Jayaveer 116's total is still being powered by unrealized gains at 3:54 p.m. ET, and that matters because it shows the lead is active, not just historical padding.
Groaning, that is the late session split in one frame. Jayaveer 116 is defending a 1st place cushion, while Kapoorman is fighting to stop the scoreboard from getting uglier before the bell.
Jayaveer Madali is still first on cumulative P&L, and that late MM extension at 3:54 p.m. New York turns the leader's cushion into something the chasers may simply run out of time to crack.
Groaning, Chidambara Raja is hanging on to second by tournament total, but that red live session means every minute now is about protecting silver, not mounting a real assault on the top spot.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX run has turned into a steady ladder rather than a one-shot spike, which is exactly the sort of repeat strength that protects rank this late in the day.
Manish Kapoor is still the survival story on the board, because that negative tournament base leaves almost no room for sloppy late session risk before the bell.
Jayaveer Madali is still the tournament benchmark, and that 18 4K cumulative lead means the chasers are now staring at a nearly locked first-place seat with 4 minutes left.
Groaning. The really nasty part is the follow-through. MMM was already working for him at 3:54 p.m. New York, so this is not luck, it is a repeated late session squeeze.
The pattern on NFLX is what matters. Repeated lifts across the late window show Abhijit Kaktikar is controlling risk while still extracting value, which is cleaner than chasing one huge swing.
Manish Kapoor is still a survival story at the bottom, because a negative tournament base leaves almost no room for a sloppy last trade before the close.
Jayaveer Madali is still the tournament benchmark, and that 18 4K cumulative lead means the field is chasing a wall, not a wobble, with only minutes left in New York.
Gasping keeps feeding Jayaveer Madali late session strength at 3:56 p.m. New York, so the leader is stacking insulation instead of just coasting to the bell.
Chidambara Raja sits second on cumulative points, but that red live session means he is defending silver instead of seriously threatening the top spot.
Yash Power's live
Abhijit
session is still
Kaktikar
the
keeps
loudest
ringing
climb in the chase
NFLX
pack,
for clean
and that
repeat
keeps
games,
rank 4
and
very
that
much in
steady
the podium
engine
conversation
protects
as the
sixth
pace
place
holds.
without forcing a desperate
Manish
late
Kapoor
gamble.
is still carrying the roughest survival story on the board, because that negative tournament base leaves almost no room for sloppy finish line risk.
Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and that 18 or 4K tournament cushion means the field is racing the clock more than the leaderboard itself.
Groaning has been the real engine for Jayaveer Madali, and after that $1,560 burst at 3:55 p.m. New York, the chasers are basically staring at a locked vault.
The HUV-25 Ain stays neatly in third, and the small green session is enough to protect podium position, while the bigger swings below keep everybody else uneasy.
Abhijit Kaktikar keeps grinding NFLX for repeat gains, and that steadiness protects sixth place without forcing him into a desperate last-minute swing.
Manish Kapoor is still carrying the toughest survival story on the board, because that negative tournament base leaves almost no room for sloppy late session risk.
Jayaveer Madali is still first on cumulative PNL, and with 1 minute left in New York, that 18 5K plus cushion looks less like momentum and more like a locked vault.
NM is the other hammer here for Jayaveer Madali, and that late surge at 3:55 p.m. New York tells you the top seed is finishing with precision, not panic.
BHDV-25 and holds third with a small green session, and in a 1 minute sprint that stability matters because it keeps the podium from getting scrambled below the leader.
Abhijit Kaktikar has been grinding NFLX into a clean sixth-place defense, and that repeated strength is the kind of book that survives the last-minute noise.
Jayaveer Madali finishes the regular session as the benchmark, and that 1845K tournament total means the top seat is no longer a chase, it is a fortress.
Groening did the heavy lifting earlier at 3:55 p.m. New York. And that kind of repeated lift tells you Javier Madali wasn't surviving the close, he was sealing it.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX streak is the cleanest grind on the board, because those repeated pops keep sixth place protected without forcing a wild last-minute swing.
Yash Pawar is the only chaser with enough session heat to make the podium uncomfortable, so rank 4 stays live even with the clock basically gone.
Manish Kapoor is still carrying the toughest survival line on the board, and with the negative tournament base, every late decision has to be mistake-free just to stay in the conversation.